Yo, 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 yo. Mic check, mic check. What's up, everybody? I'm getting the stream all set up. Why you guys are coming in? Oh, shit. Am I too loud? Why you guys are coming in? Let me know where you guys are from. What up, L-Dub Boxing? What's up, man? What's up? I got a lot to say. Might be a little surprising, right? But I got a lot of theories. I had a lot of phone calls. Nothing I could prove factually, right? But I want you guys to really hear me out when I break down this specific show today, right? So, what's up, Cincinnati in the building? All right, cool. All right. I think I got enough people already in here. I can just jump straight into it, right? I just kind of like the song. I just wanted to vibe a little bit, but get straight into it, all right? Let me turn this down real quick. What's up? FightHype family. So, as you can see, the title straight up just says, did Jaron Ennis duck Vergil Ortiz, right? There's a poll going on. What's up, Javante Davis fanboy? We'll do about, I got a little segment about Tank at the end, right? But quick shout out to L-Dub Boxing. What's up, man? What's up? Chris Brooks. Yeah, he ducked Jordan. What up, Jordan? What up, Chris? What up, Omar? Javante Davis fanboy. Eddie Alvarez. Gary. What's up, everybody? So, and then we're gonna talk about Tank. Yo, I'll be at Tank's press conference Tuesday. So, and I was just at his turkey giveaway. But, all right, I'm not gonna have a long-winded intro. I'm gonna jump right into it. Right? Did Jaron Ennis duck Vergil Ortiz? All right, this is pretty much the thing that everyone's been talking about over the weekend. For optics-wise, all right, I think it's safe to say that if you believe that Jaron Ennis ducked Vergil Ortiz, I think that's okay. I think that's valid. I think that's something that's hard to say that 2-3 years ago that you would have heard that, right? Coming out of many people's mouth that Jaron Ennis, the guy who was allegedly the boogeyman, wants all the smoke, didn't want to take on what many people feel was an obvious choice for him, right? The weight goes up, 154. People are saying that he didn't look great his last performance. Vergil is a small 154, went from 140, 147, 154. He had a tough fight. It's going to be for a lot of money. It's going to be a great showcase for both guys. But let me get with the bad. Let me do the opposite because it's the good, the bad, the ugly. Let me go with the bad first, right? The bad is, at the end of the day, regardless of what people say, whatever people think, right? What up, Boxio? What up, Coda? What up, Junior? I'm gonna do a couple more shout outs. What up, Stanley? What up, Priz? What's up, everybody? What's up? We want to do some quick shots. What up, Ramiro Perez? Boots is not ducking, but he isn't being smart either. The bigger names at 154. So that's what I guess I want to utter, right? The echo chambers is that if you feel that he ducked, if he didn't duck, whatever the case, public perception wise, this looks stupid. Like, this looks terrible. This looks dumb, right? And the reason why it looks dumb, and I'm going to pull up, kind of the screen share, we're going to go through the timeline very fast, is that November 25th is when Dan Rarefield was kind of the guy who kind of talked to Eric Gomez, right? Golden Boys president, of the promotion company that Vergil Ortiz is, and kind of uttered out that, hey, fights, negotiations, and things like that, it's in the works, right? Jaron and Vergil is something that's going on. Following that, November 30th, right? So pretty much it looks like 5 days after, it looks like the fight won't be happening. Vergil obviously went out and put out, hey, he's always said I'll fight anybody. I remain true to my word. Every single person I've ever been offered to fight, I said yes. It takes two to tango in boxing. So if I'm not in that ring fighting someone, no, it's not my fault. Time for some of you guys to stop saying I'm ducking. I don't want to fight because that's not the case this time. It never was. I don't think Vergil was ducking the smoke. I think Vergil was all about the fight. So we're going to just leave Vergil completely alone. There's no conspiracies on Golden Boy. There's no conspiracy on Vergil, right? His manager pretty much put a huge Instagram 2 posts saying, Jaron Ennis, you said you wanted Vergil at 154 about 22 times. Your father said you guys made us an offer and we rejected on video 2 weeks ago. Which is all we all know is not true, and someone had to lie to him. I love Eddie Hearn. I think he's one of the top promoters that will further the sport and is and will in the years to come. And he said he wants you and Ortiz at 150 more times than he's hugged Anthony Joshua. It's okay if you change your mind and realize that Vergil Ortiz is too strong. He continues to go on and says, you're one of the best pound-for-pound fighters in the world. So he compliments him, but I know it's hard to lose. And after one fight, he's kind of gaslighting him. He says it's Christmas time in the U.S., so give us the fans what they want to see. So he's pretty much going, Oscar De La Hoya, make a war, have unwavering confidence. Ortiz did everything possible to show him that this deal in the future. So, yeah, long story short, this long as essay saying that we're down. After the news broke out, he posted again what Jaron said on the interview on DAZN. Don't know, man. I think it might be time to go to 154. I felt good, but I feel at 154 I'm going to be way better, and my pop will be how it's supposed to be. Also in the ring after fighting Hearn added, I've noticed this week he's been much tighter at 147. Perhaps it's time to move up to 154. It's very difficult to do it when you want to win belts and you hold a world championship, but also if it's affecting your performance, you have to move up. So that is all of Vergil's side. All right, so I'm covering the receipts from that side. Let me see. D1 says Boots is a 140-pound champion that didn't announce he's moving to 154. So how the F can he duck somebody who is not a title holder at higher weight class? Well, I think what's going on is like it's not about who has a belt, who doesn't have a belt. It's the fact that when it comes to boxing, I think we've kind of gotten to this repetition of champions versus champions. Undisputed has to be the best fight, which is not always the case. Sometimes there's better fights with or without a belt, and the fans demand a more lucrative and probably a more defining fight amongst the boxing world is Jaron Ennis versus Vergil Ortiz. Not taking away anything from the champions, but you can see that when the Norm and Ennis fight didn't really get materialized, it didn't really have the same effect as this guy who's never won a world title, let alone he's an interim WBC title list, and it's going to be a good win, right? So once again, I'm going to get into more specifics, right? Optics-wise, I think it's fair and safe to say, hey, if you feel that Jaron Ennis is not looking good, his PR or whatever the case makes him look like a duck, I agree, right? Now, removing from the obvious that we already know about the stuff, we've seen Jaron Ennis put out a message saying that I've seen the rumors on social media just like y'all did. And as far as the fight with me and Vergil, I was unaware that the alleged negotiation was being made on my end from here on out. And if it didn't come from me and me only, don't believe it. And I will address if I'm staying at 147 or moving up to 154 at a later date and time. All right. So, cool. So I'll stop right there. This is my problem with the whole Jaron Ennis perception and stuff like that. Once this news came out, unless you live underneath a rock, right? Everybody knew about this, right? Bozy has been speaking about it, about a hypothetical offer that the Vergil team turned down. I'm pretty sure Jaron knew about this because that was around the time that he was getting ready to fight Karen. So somewhere along the types around that time, that was brought up. After the fight, Jaron Ennis was asked
in the ring questions. You said immediately that you were thinking about going to 154. You weren't sure about the pop. Can you talk about that a little more? Was it just the punching power? Was it you making weight? Can you talk about just the idea of moving to 54?
About to say I felt good, but like I said, I'm getting older. And I'm 27, I'll be 28 next year, so I want to go.
So just real quick, he's acknowledging that at 147, like he felt good. Not really playing the fact that, hey, I struggled, but he's thinking about the hypothetical, hey, if I go to 154, I could probably be better, and I'm getting older. But he did utter saying that 147, he felt good. All right, so keep that in mind.
We'll see. We're going to talk to the team and see what we're going to do. I made weight easy. I was comfortable. But we'll see.
He said he made weight easy and he was very comfortable, okay?
We know that unifications do great numbers here in the city, but at the same time, we've got to look at the options around. I mean, there's only two options, a unification or a big fight at 154. That's it.
What's more reasonable, do you think, Norman Jr. or Mario Barrios in terms of
I think that we've got Stanionis is in a mandatory against Gearsov, our guy. BBC have already messaged me saying, look, could we step aside Gearsov and go straight into Stanionis? They're going to look at that performance and fancy their chances. Oscar De La Hoya's
So these are details, right? So he's saying that Stanionis is fighting one of his guys, right? Claiming that PBC is asking to do a step aside to kind of make this hypothetical Ennis fight. Regardless, Stanionis is busy in this situation, right? So the unification for Stanionis has now agreed, so the purse bids have canceled. The fight ordered mandatory defense. So this fight is officially like put together. So they can't jump into that. Hypothetically, if this guy Shikram wins, this could be a potential belt that Matchroom has, if that's what Eddie claiming that's one of his guys. Is he one of Matchroom's guys? Yeah, so he's one of Matchroom guys. So one of Matchroom guys will be taking on one of the titleists, all right? So that's one of the plays.
ready, Vergil Ortiz against Boots. I like that. But what they don't understand is when Boots is fighting those guys, it's all about trying to make it entertaining. The first fight,
We don't really want to hear this
I actually
part.
thought that was a good fight. So I think that guy beats most hunters.
Don't care.
But Boots is just trying to make it exciting, trying to get him regard for what's coming back. He's getting hit too much, kind of not really. When it's against Norman, it's going to be different. And against Ortiz, it's going to be different. And
So they're uttering names like Ortiz. They're uttering names like Stanionis, Mario Bars. Okay, cool. Sounds great. So one of the champions is fighting a Matchroom fighter. Already set and done. So now if you look at Mario Barrios, this is really interesting, guys, right? Eddie Hearn, opposed to trying to make a Mario Barrios Jaron Ennis fight, Eddie Hearn has declared that they have now made an official offer to Mario Barrios to defend his WBC welterweight world title versus Conor Ben next. Hearn insisted Ben will prioritize Barrios over Chris Eubank Jr. next, as Eubank Jr. fight would no longer would take longer to negotiate. So he's admitting like this, pretty much just saying like, instead of me prioritizing Jaron to get this fight, we're gonna prioritize what is considered a more lucrative fight, right? Ben and Eubank is a huge fight in the UK, right? There's a more lucrative fight in the UK. We're gonna prioritize this world championship fight with Barrios, which my client Jaron Ennis would want to unify at 147, but I'm gonna have Conor Ben do it, which Conor Ben is ranked in the WBC #2, right? So allegedly they took upon themselves to make an offer to WBC. Emmanuel Stanios is fighting his mandatory, which is a Matchroom fighter, and then Jaron Ennis, who's a Matchroom fighter, just got done with his mandatory. Completed right there, all right? But none of this is still screaming, Jaron, we're going to try to make Mario Barrios. Jaron, we're going to try to make Emmanuel Stanios, and we're going to pay our guy step aside. No, none of that happened. That the purse bid got canceled on that. That fight got officially made. Eddie knows about it because that's his fighter. The Conor Ben is not being positioned for Mario Barrios, and ultimately, if both of those guys win, that's probably what they're going to try to do with Jaron Ennis. But the problem is none of that has been circulated and talked about. It's been talked about that Jaron Ennis has been put in a position where he was given an offer. Right? And that offer, which was originally negotiated, right? Eddie, you can watch the videos out there. Eddie has noted they're in negotiations of making the fight. Now, afterwards, he's saying, oh, well, we just got an offer. An offer was for 147. And because that fight was offered at 147 and we didn't know about it, it was sent over to Vergil. Vergil didn't want to make the weight. Obviously, he hasn't been there for X amount of years. He had rhabdo. He almost essentially died. So he hasn't been there. He's been fighting at 154. He's had multiple fights. Plus, he's the interim WBC title for 154. So why would he go down 147? Well, there's a championship on the line. It's allegedly that's been spoken. But it's not a championship that's worth going down to 147 and hurting your health. So that doesn't make sense. Now, when Jaron's saying, when he went on Instagram, hey, don't listen to nobody, right? Where is it? He's saying, don't listen to nobody. So he's pretty much saying, don't listen to my dad. Don't listen to my business partner, my promoter. Don't listen to Eddie, right? Only listen to me, right? Well, then, if you're going to address that is only you and nobody else, then why don't you just tell the world what you want to do? it's because you don't know what you want to do. You don't know what you're going to stay at 147 or you're going to go to 154 because clearly there is a short window that has to be done. And it's simple. Do you want to fight Vergil at 154? You've been saying that, you're trying to get a big fight. These fights that what Karen doesn't really motivate you, yada, yada. Well, then fight at 154. Well, Eddie has went out and spoke and talked about the idea of saying, hey, if he goes up to 154, he has to give up his title. How? He just completed his mandatory. He just did his mandatory of Karen, which was supposed to be Cody Crowd. So the mandatory's done. If he wants to go up to 154 and fight, right? We've seen this all the time. We've seen Charlo go up. We've seen many fighters go up in weight. And then if it doesn't work out, they can come back down, especially if they win. So this whole he'll lose his belt after completing his mandatory just doesn't work with me. Now, I'm not saying Boots himself as a fighter, right, is quote unquote ducking, but optics wise, it looks bad. So to me, I feel like if he's not ducking and he's just kind of just on the sidelines, then someone is doing a terrible job. It might be Eddie. Why is Eddie talking about setting up Conor Benn and Mario Barrios when clearly Jaron Ennis right now has no idea if he wants to stay at 147? He had failed negotiations with Brian Norman, which was a big hiccup too. You got an opportunity to make a unification fight and you choose not to invest $250,000, which I'm not saying that like I'm broke. I'm rich and stuff. I get it. $250,000 is a lot of money for a lot of people, right? You can take that opportunity to take a step back so that you can get an opportunity to fight for the WBO, right? But that didn't work out. So whatever negotiations or whatever happened, Eddie and Jaron couldn't do that, so they were stuck with the Karen fight. Did the mandatory 154, a big fight that everyone cares about, everybody wants to see. I'm starting to feel somewhere along the lines that Eddie should be part of the blame of this, right? And I'm not saying that Jaron does not need to come out and take accountability, because right when these rumors and fights was going on at 125, he should have been speaking about it. When Rick Ramos was talking about this 2 days ago, he should have been responding to it. But once everyone has got the idea that the contract was 147 and knowing that Vergil had to pull out of a fight at 147 because he allegedly almost died because he had rhabdo, and the only optimal thing was to move up at 154, and he's had 3 fights, right? 3 fights at 154, fought for an interim opportunity. Why would you tell that guy to calm down, right? And I'm not saying Boots specifically says, but if Eddie's the one that is doing all the speaking and all the talking, why is this not being discussed? That the 154 guy has an opportunity to fight for a 147 title is what you're trying to present to him. But no, you act like the fight's going to be made. You act like the fight's going to be potentially be at 154. You continue to push and elude the idea that it's either unification, right? Eddie said either unification or a big fight at 154. Not a voluntary defense of your title against a credible opponent. That never uttered his mouth. He specifically said unification or a big fight at 154. Well, Vergil Ortiz is not a unification. He's not a unification. He's a big fight at 154. So while you got this alleged offer, because Eddie said that they just got an offer and they just went to Vergil, and then Vergil's team was like, well, we're not going to take it. So it came back and it's like, well, Vergil's not going to fight at 147. So you have to make a decision to go 154. Eddie's went out and said, well, what do you want to do? Do you want to go to 154 or 147? Well, what do you want to do, Boots? Do you want to go to 154 or do you want to stay at 147? Because having something like this doesn't keep you away from headlines that say, did Jaron Ennis duck Vergil Ortiz? So I'm feeling somewhere along the line that Eddie takes part of the blame and Jaron needs to take control of his career at this point. Because clearly if there's just been huge miscommunication and misunderstanding, right, then address it. And by saying that this is, I don't know about these negotiations, you got to hear from me and don't believe, well then address it. This was better off not even being responded. You shouldn't even said nothing. This shouldn't even been on Twitter. You should have just been completely silent and just let it play its course It would have been better than saying, well, I didn't hear about it. I didn't know about this. I didn't know what was going on. Even though everybody in the mamas knew in the boxing world. And you just come across saying, well, I had no clue. I had no clue. I didn't know. I'll let you know if I'm staying at 147, 54 at a later date and time. Why do we need to wait a later date or time? What is the holdup? Do you want to fight Vergil? And if you don't want to fight Vergil because you're saying, well, look, I've been fighting actively. I've been what? I've been pretty active. I fought what? 7, 11. Okay, the turnaround's quick, right? I can't. What? 3. Okay, if you want to say the turnaround's quick, yada, just say it. Just say you need more time. Say you need more time. You would like to get acclimated at 154. Just say something where, yeah, regardless of the fight, fans go, that sucks. We will at least be like, well, that makes sense. You had a rough performance. You want to go to 154. You want to try it out. You respect Vergil. You don't want to just go into a Vergil fight saying that, he's a bum, things like that. It's a risky fight. And at the end of the day, you want to have one fight and then go in there, or you need a little time off. Say something. Say fucking something. Anything but I seen the rumors on social media just like y'all did. And as far as so he's saying just like y'all did. But as far as the fight with me and Vergil, I was unaware that alleged negotiation was being made. So how do you see the room? This is what kills me, bro. This is what kills. If you saw the rumors on social media, the rumor said that there was fights being taken place. So if you saw the rumors, how did you not know there was alleged negotiations being made on your end? If the rumors were saying that fights and the negotiation, all this stuff was being worked out, you should have been like, is this true that there's a fight with me, Vergil, going on? You just thought it was just a rumor? You thought Dan Rafael was a rumor. You thought Michael Benson quoting Dan Rafael was just a rumor. You thought all this Rick Ramos and your dad's going out there saying, a fight offer was sent 2 weeks ago and Vergil team turned it down. That was during your fight week. Now all of a sudden it's just, hey, on my end, I didn't know. So if it doesn't come from me, don't believe it. I will address if I'm staying 147, moving up, or 154 at a later date time. So just say you're not fighting Vergil. He saw them yesterday. So what is it? So what is it, right? Like, and this is, listen. I don't have to say Boots specifically don't want the fight, but I'm saying the whole situation is ran like shit over at Matchroom. Like, it's completely ran as shit. If Boots is allegedly just finding out about this shit, while Eddie Hearn is making offers, right? Hear me out. Boots is just finding out. Let's play this game. We'll play every angle of the situation. Let's say Boots is just finding out, but his promoter is busy working on contracts and offers to Mario Barrios. Boots is just finding out about that, but Mario Barrios is getting a deal from Conor Ben. Staniotis and Chakram, who's a matchroom fighter, don't even need to go to purse bid. They already came to an agreement. So he's working on that champion fight, but apparently Jaron Ennis has no fucking clue, right? And I'm not saying, let's give Boots the benefit of the doubt. So you're telling me you can't inform your fighter, Jaron Ennis? You could get this Conor Ben thing going on. You can get this going on. But you can't inform your fighter, Jaron Ennis, about a huge fight at 154 on alleged short notice over in Saudi Arabia for a big fight card. That's just insane. That's absolutely insane. I think it's insane to me to, I guess, go in that side and defend that everything over there is going well. If it's Boots, if it's Eddie Hearn, whatever the case is, it needs to be put together. Like, this looks bad. This stuff right here has destroyed Jaron Ennis's public perception and stock. He literally went as the boogeyman. Crawford didn't want to fight him. Spence didn't want to fight him. High risk, low reward. Fair, right? But now you're in that position to take control of your career, right? If you want to take control of your career, then just take control of it right now. And that's what the world's asking. No more of the Eddie Hearn. No more of he's speaking for you. That speak for yourself. and saying that you have to listen to him and only him, but you won't give the world's fans, you're going to get the utter, you're a duck. You're going to get that criticism. You are. So he said he saw the rooms the same time as us. I don't know. I just showed multiple dates. Gucci Lo says he thinks Boots is lying. What up? What up, man? Devin says, dang, bro, you seem mad and emotive. This Boots dilemma. I mean, I get where you're coming from. He's backtracking his words. Someone yesterday made a comment that made me LOL. They said the whole world's been known about the fight, but the main fighter, Boots, didn't even know. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, and the only reason why allegedly I'm emotionally invested or passionate, like I cover boxing, but it's like, it's insane that 2 other championship fights in that division is being reported that this fight was being offered and made, and this fight has an offer, but he wants to be unified at 147, and nothing about Stanionis, nothing about Mario Barrios has been in the conclusion of making Jaron Ennis happy of fighting for another belt. Throughout this whole thing, it's been all about Vergil Ortiz, but where was the effort of saying, we got Mario Barrios and Stanionis? Where? So you can make a Conor Ben fight. You can make a chakra mandatory, right? A chakra mandatory, which you even said PBC has offered you guys step aside money.
I think that we've got Stanionis is in a mandatory against Gearsov, our guy. BBC have already messaged me saying, look, could we step aside Gearsov and go straight into Stanionis?
So he's saying PBC says, give us the smoke. Give us Jaron and Stanionis. Let's go. Step aside your fighter. Why did Eddie not step aside his fighter? Oh, I get it. His fighter probably wants, this and that. Cool. Make a step aside, work a deal out where he gets an opportunity to fight for the unification fight next, which is a better deal. More money, boom, 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 boom. So you just debunked the Staniotis shit off rip right there. We definitely know that you made an offer to Mario Barrios, all right? We know that's there. So where is the fact that Boots is left out here confused and has no idea? Like, why is this more complicated for them than us? Because we all get it, right? John says Eddie tries to look after his fighters. He's not looking out for Jaron. Where does Jaron get out of this? Jaron got a mandatory against Cody Crowley that didn't work out. He fought David Avanesian, right? And that's just what it was. Then he couldn't negotiate, right? He couldn't negotiate a fight with Brian Norman. And so that he was stuck with Karen. And now, without even talking to his fighter, right? This is the crazy part. That fight was how many weeks ago, and you couldn't come to the conclusion and talking to your fighter and figuring out, look, we need an answer. Are you going to 154 or 147? Because you don't lose your belt after you just did your mandatory. So, like, where do we go from here? You're putting him in a dilemma now where now you're destroying his reputation. And what makes it even worse is that your fight with Karen Boots wasn't good. People thought you looked terrible. So off the cusp of that, like, the public perception thinks you're scared of Vergil Ortiz. And I'm not putting it all on Boots, but I'll for damn sure put it on Eddie. Then I'll definitely put on Eddie. But that's who he signed to. Boots was throwing a tantrum in the ring his last fight. Yeah, he didn't look that good. He didn't look that good, And the crazy part is Boots never once said that I felt terrible at 147. He just fantasized about the idea that I'll probably be better at 154, but he kept saying, yeah, it was fine here at 147. So guess who keeps pushing the 147? If Boots says I feel good at 147, and I'll think about 154, he's never said I'm going to go 154. Then why the fuck is Eddie trying to make fights for him at 154 if Jaron has never talked about saying, hey, I want to go to 154? He said I'll go to 154 and make some big fights, but at the end of the day, he still said, I felt good. I don't know what happened. I'll just have to talk. And so Eddie's pushing him to 154. Eddie's just pushing him to 154. Like, he's almost pushing him all the way up there. Now, this is what I also want to pull up. Dan Rayfield, I'll give you guys more details because I want to make sure that we're all informed. And appreciate you, Real. I'm definitely a super nerd. I'll take that as a compliment. Boots' career is at a standstill. It is. Bro, we all saw the way press conference where Eddie told Boots, if you lose the Vergil, I will never talk to you again ever. I guess Boots took those words to heart and don't want to take a chance. And listen, I really think Vergil and Boots is a great fight. I could see that fight going either or. So this is not taking away credit for either guy. I would give 100% credit if Vergil and Boots both fought, and if one lost and one won, I would give both full respect. This is really one of those like Mayweather Corrales kind of fights. Like, I'm dead serious, because you see both styles, their contrast. They both had, performance that didn't really look good. This is really a 50-50 fight. Regardless if you felt one guy is going to win or not, you have to go look and say, this is the perfect match for these guys to break out and show the world that they are that next guy post Spence Crawford era. This really is the fight, a defining fight. So if you feel like Boots beats Vergil, I'm cool with that. If you think Vergil beats Boots, I'm cool with that. It has nothing to do with about who you think is going to win the fight. It's about the fact that this whole situation has tarnished one person's situation, while Vergil's career is going to progress. Well, where does Boots go from here, right? Look, if Conor Ben beats Mario Barrios and Shackram beats Stanios, then boom. Then we can go back and say, look, it worked out. It worked out. Matchroom has 3 belts, and now Jaron gets to fight and tries to be unified at 147. Then, hindsight, genius move. But then this 154 shit should have never been entertained if that was the route you're going to take. Shut the fuck up. Don't do the 154 stuff. Leave it alone. Do the Shackram. Do the Conor Mario Barrios. See how that works out. Once both of those guys go through the fight, and if you get a belt from one of those situations, then make the Boots fights unification. Genius move. I think that's genius. But the fact that Vergil was in here and you never just stopped, you should have said, well, let me talk to Boots. Let me see what he wants, and Boots will make the decision on his own. Boots didn't make a decision because he just found out yesterday. Then what were you doing, Eddie, this whole time? What were you doing this whole time? How were you not negotiating or working out a deal with this fighter so that you can prevent him from looking stupid like this? So, with all this being said, this is Dan Raphael's article. He goes in. This is post all this, and he goes blah 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 blah. There's the old age, yeah. Okay, the sides have agreed to a fight which was supposed to be part of a mega card. The Saudis reached out to WBO. Okay, so this also states that they reached out to Sebastian Findor, right? But Sebastian Findor and Samson Lukowicz, they're like, nah, we already got something worked out, which is probably the Spence fight, all right? So they're not interested because they already have other plans in works. Although Ortiz and Ennis camps agreed to fight, they were clearly not on the same page about the weight limit. Now, this is the really interesting part, guys. When Queensberry Promotion, the official promoter of the card, all right? So, okay, I'm just very confused about this. Queensberry Promotion, they're the promoter of the card, right? They sent over a brief term sheet for signatures to Ortiz promoter Golden Boy, and all was in order except for the identifying the bout being for Ennis' 147 world title. A source with the knowledge of the paperwork told. So, Frank Warren's promotion sent essentially a term sheet to Ortiz saying, would you want to fight Team Ennis for 147? And they went over and said, no, we ain't going to fight that for 147. We're going to fight at 154. So enough was said on that part. When it was flagged, Ortiz camp was told that that was what Ennis team at Matchroom Boxing had said was the weight to include on the term sheet. So you're telling me Frank Warren's Queensberry Promotions, listen, Queensberry Promotions, who was the official promoter of the card, sent over a brief term sheet to Ortiz. When Ortiz said, no, we don't want that, they were informed that Ennis' team at Matchroom Boxing, so that is what was the Ennis team at Matchroom Boxing had said was the weight to include on the term sheet, the source said. Huh? So according to this, Matchroom had pretty much worked out something with their fighter Ennis that had to be pretty much worked out for Queensberry to send over a term sheet for Ortiz. Well, this gets a little tricky. This gets a little tricky, don't it? Right? It's all bullshit. Both are on damage control. I mean, I understand what you're trying to say on both sides because it could be literally a miscommunication. But then after all this shit happens, Xander Zayas comes in and said, they gave me an hour to say yes. I said yes in 1 minute. Pretty much saying that, well, they're looking for an opponent. Sebastian Findor can't do it because he's already tied up. And Vergil said, I'll fight Sebastian Findor. I'll fight Jaron Ennis. Well, okay, then give me Xander Zayas. And Xander Zayas is, where is he? Where is he ranked? At 154. Xander's ranked number 1 in the WBO. He's ranked number 5 in the IBF. Well, Vergil's the interim. Xander's number 4. And is Xander ranked in the WBA? No. But, you know, based off rankings, that's a good fucking fight then. That's a good fight. So Xander said, hey, let's do it. Let's go. So that's what I'm saying is that Vergil, regardless, has opponents. Jaron, we don't know what the hell is going on. So regardless of what happens, if his damage control on both, if Vergil goes on and fights February against Xander Zayas, after trying to make a Sebastian Fundora fight, which we know that he's probably fighting with Spence, which is cool, you can see that they reached out. Samson Lukowicz on paper has confirmed that they have turned the fight down for something better. Okay, that works out. That's cool. No, you know, it's just business, nothing negative, right? Shout out to them, getting the bag. Then Jaron Ennis was next up. And did you see the interview when Eddie said, well, we can't talk about ideal for a fight since it's Thanksgiving LFL. That's a weak move from Eddie too. I thought Eddie said he's the hardest work. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like that is the crazy part about this. And I'm putting more of this on Eddie than Jaron, because Jaron at least was just quiet. Jaron wasn't on social media on Instagram like Vergil Ortiz, brother, what's going on? February 22nd. By the way, 147 title fight. I know you ain't been here for a couple years, but yeah. What's up, bro? We doing this or not? No, it wasn't. It was Eddie who continued to answer all these interviews and saying that the fight was being negotiated. So not, well, we were just given an offer. If you were just given an offer, right? Then why did Queensberry Promotion, official promoter of the card, see, someone needs to interview Frank Warren, right? Because that's who's the official promoter of the card. Then why did they need to figure out what weight this was at to be able to send over a term sheet over to Ortiz? It makes no sense. If we're going to play dumb, everybody can't be dumb over there. They all can't be dumb. They just can't. Everybody there can't be dumb. Eddie can't be like, well, I'm just here with this offer. Do you want it? It's up to Jaron. What would you want to do? Or did you put him in an ultimatum? And Jaron's like, well, I really don't know what the fuck I want to do, because I was thinking I was going to be at 147. I thought you were going to try to make these unifications fights. I thought Chakram was going to fight. I thought you were going to do this Conor Ben, Mario Barris. And now you're telling me I got to fight at 154 and within a short notice. Do I want to do that after I had a really bad fight? Do I want to do that? I don't know, Eddie. I really don't know. Why would you put me in a position like this? That could be a potential, right? Eddie can't force Boots to do anything. His Boots is the same. And that's what I'm saying. Eddie has put him in an ultimatum. And now it's a public ultimatum. And the whole world is sitting here. And this is what we get. We get this. I seen the rumors on social media just like y'all did as far as the fight with me and Vergil. I was unaware that alleged negotiations was being made on my end from here on out. And if it didn't come from me and only don't believe it, I would address it if I'm staying at 47, moving up to 54 at a later date or time. Well, God damn, you just put this man on a spot that says, I don't know if I want 154 smoke or not. I don't know. I don't know if I have a plan that it involves me being unified. I don't know if yo, chill out, Tay. I'm just being expressive, all right? It's really very obvious that it's not just a specific case of saying Jaron Ennis has ducked Vergil. It's more of a, how did Boots even get in a position where now he has to make an ultimatum, right? Like, he's been put in a position to make an ultimatum. And that's why I'm saying that, yes, it's fair to say that he's ducking the smoke, but that smoke came at a time where he wasn't really asking for it. Yeah, it sounds sweet by saying, yeah, I want to have a great opportunity to fight for the guys. You give me an opportunity, I'll do it. And all of a sudden, you go out after the Karen fight, and you go take a piss in your locker room, and they're like, Vergil Ortiz is ready to fight in 2 hours. You want the smoke or not? And it's like, yo, what? Hold on, bro. You want the smoke or not? He's in the ring. Everyone at Philly Wells Fargo heard he's coming, so they stayed in the seat. You fighting him or what? Like, I know that's exaggeration, but it's like, well, yeah, I want the fight, but brother, like, what you do? What are you doing? Like, why? What are you doing? Like, why you got me out here looking crazy, Eddie? Eddie got him looking crazy, and that's what he does. He looks crazy. And listen, the most G thing that Jaron can do is come around and be like, February 22nd, give me Vergil Ortiz, 154. Mr. Catch a Body. That's what he would say, right? That'd be the most gangster shit, right? I'll take my hat off for tomorrow. All of a sudden, Jaron was like, I dressed, a whole bunch of weird shit was going on. I just had to just figure out what was going on. I didn't know what was going on. I'm dead serious. The holidays. Give me that 154 smoke. Let's go. And that will let me know off rip, that boy about that life, And really, you have to look. It's not Vergil's fault that Vergil had plenty of ample time, acknowledgement, and stuff like that, And and so Vergil, in his situation, he's ready to go. So what do you want to do? Because you fought David Avenesian, you fought your mandatory Karen. You didn't want to make the Brian Norman fight because you wanted to keep a significant amount of 250,000. Which, don't get me wrong, if you feel like he didn't deserve it, whatever, that's on you. But if it was a case of 250,000 and you feel nobody's going to fight you, and that's the only way that you get this unified fight, then maybe take a chance on yourself. Drop that 250. Let them get the money that they want. Brian Norman, unification at the Wells Fargo, banger of a fight. Boom, a guy that's defending his title off a great performance against Stan Jonas. Ready to go. Let's go, right? But you didn't take that route. You didn't tell Eddie, give him extra money. Just fuck it, let's go, right? Let's just go. So you stuck with Karen. Karen, this guy that we've already seen, made you look bad, and all of a sudden, here comes Turkey. Eddie, Queensberry, Eddie. Let it go down. What's up? And then Jaron is now just like on some, I just found out. It's either he's full of shit or Eddie's just playing him. Why not take the risk? I mean, February 22nd? How many weeks is that? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. He can do an 8-week camp. He can do an 8-week camp. I mean, I don't know the injuries I don't know if he has any injuries, whatnot, but if he's injury free and he's good to go, 8-week camp, you know what I mean? They paying you the most you would ever have been paid. Zayas is food for Vergil. But you know what? Zayas said, they gave me an hour. I said, yes in a minute. What's up? Let's go. And granted, I know Zayas is not coming off this, recent fight and whatnot, but he got hit with a short notice fight too, right? He said, let's go. So, fans are like, fuck it. Zayas for the save, Eddie should ask Boots for the Conor Benn fight. I mean, at this point, what does Conor Benn do for him that Vergil Ortiz can't do that's better? You might as well just let Conor Benn fight Mario Barrios, and then hopefully if he wins that fight, then fight Conor Benn for the unification. But you got to hope Conor Benn beats Mario Barrios. You got to hope Chakra beats Stan Jonas, just to ruin Eddie's plans. But the thing is, Jaron's plans was to be unified. Eddie didn't make that a priority. He made Conor Benn the priority to fight Mario Barrios over Jaron Ennis. Why wouldn't Mario Barrios not want to fight Jaron Ennis and choose Conor Benn? Did you give Conor Benn a better money deal than Jaron Ennis? Is this a fight in the UK? This is the craziest part about it. He's literally said, where is it? This is the crazier part, because we know in the UK how big the Ben and Eubank situation is. Eddie Hearn's declared that they've now made an official offer to Mario Barrios to defend his WBC welterweight title against Conor Benn next. Hearn insisted Ben will prioritize Barrios over Chris Eubank Jr. next, as the Eubank Jr. will take longer to negotiate. So they're like, fuck it. Let's just screw the Eubank fight. Huh? So don't give Jaron Mario and don't give Chris Eubank and Conor Benn. Wouldn't it make more sense? Eubank and Conor Benn and Mario Barrios and Jaron Ennis. Doesn't that make more sense? But now you're banking on the idea that if Conor Benn, what if Conor Benn loses to Mario Barrios and Mario Barrios don't want to fight Jaron afterwards? Then so you destroyed a Conor Eubank. I mean, it's still there, but you got that shit happening, and then all of a sudden now Mario Barrios just beat one of your guys, and now Mario Barrios might be like, nah, man, fuck that. Give me more money. I ain't fighting Jaron like that. What's up, Con? What's going on, man? Happy Sunday. Vergil knocks Xander out in 6 rounds. I mean, I would probably favor Vergil. Vergil's definitely fought the better competition, but Xander at least has taking what boxing fans feel is like, I don't duck no smoke. That's what boxing fans like. Like, boxing fans like that no smoke attitude. And honestly, with Jaron, and I know I've been very hard on Jaron, but this is where some critical feedback comes back. Just come out and just be transparent. I don't think boxing fans aren't stupid and like cavemen, right? Obviously, we will want the smoke at all times. But if you came out and said, look, guys, I literally just came off a fight and I'm not taking Vergil lightly. I think a move to 154 on short-term notice or whatever the case is a big risk in my career. And because I give Vergil a lot of respect, I would like to do my due diligence and come in the weight class just like he did. If I'm able to take one fight, I'll be happy to fight Vergil immediately following that if everything goes well and healthy. Right now, my situation of trying to be unified is prioritized with 154. I'm really trying to do it, but if I really can't get it in this time frame, then 154 by next year and Vergil by the end of the year. I think fans will be really understanding of that. I think fans would completely understand that. I don't think the criticism would be as brutal than saying, well, I'll address if I'm staying 147 movement and 154 at a later date time. The only thing that we're waiting now that could make this post age well is you say I take Vergil Ortiz. Told you guys gotta wait. That 147 shit, that 147 stuff, I never condoned that. I didn't know where that came from. I'm very aware that he could even acknowledge that I'm very aware that Vergil cannot fight at 147, so I don't know where that came from. This might be a miscommunication on my end because I was alleged that the fight was going to be at 154. So this whole 147 stuff is catching me off guard. I need to address and talk to my team what's going on so we can properly make the fight happen. Right? But none of that is here. Like, you don't have to be the tough guy 24/7. You can be the transparent guy. And sometimes transparency can help you become this guy that can resonate with your audience at a time like this. Yeah, he says he needs you as a publicist. Well, Robbie Digital, guess what? I've definitely tried. I definitely tried to do some stuff with and try to help a little bit, you know. And it's like I got his number. Listen. I got Jaron's number. I got Bosey's number. I can get in contact with Vergil's people. I got Robert Garcia's phone number. I got a lot of people's phone number. The question, though, Robbie, is will these guys actually come up here and, like, be honest? Can I get them in a time? Are they advised not to? Like, I have Boots' number. I have, like, 2 of his numbers, I believe. Okay? Like, I'm dead serious. But I can't speak as a publicist. Like, he has to do what's best for him at the end of the day. And, you know, but I think he just needs to be completely honest. And I think the people around him just has to just kind of put it together, right? Barrios has been through a lot of wars. Conor Ben might get that win, right? I mean, it's potential, right? Get in contact, Tay. I mean, look, I'm telling you right now, I could reach out to his advisor and say, look, you want to do something like, but at the end of the day, I know how they are. They're not going to. If it's coming out like this, he wants it coming up from him and only him. And that means they just don't know what they want to do yet. It's clear as day because if they know what they want to do, they would have just said it. They don't know what they want to do. They're blindsided, or allegedly they were trying to get something. Maybe they were trying to finagle 147, didn't work. Okay. Let's backtrack. We try to do 147. I guess we have to go to 154. This is looking ugly. All right. We try, guys. All right. No more 147, 154. Like, I don't know, right? But at the end of the day, I'm telling you that they're not going to want to jump on here and do anything. I've literally just seen Jaron out in the Crawford fight week in LA, and didn't really want to do anything about it. You know what I mean? Now Bosey talks, but I don't know if he's probably advised to talk about it right now because at this point his son's saying he only wants stuff coming from him and only him. So I think as his father, he's not gonna call Boots and tell him to find their. I mean, look, it's not gonna work out that way. It's probably gonna be elsewhere. It's probably gonna be done on another channel and call Crawford too. This has nothing to do with Crawford. You know, why would I gotta call Crawford? This had nothing to do with Crawford. I think Crawford out here just enjoying himself. Crawford's out living his life. I just saw him at like a Webby concert or like a sporting event. Something. Crawford's just comfortable, man. Like Crawford just doing his thing. Crawford's the man right now. So, you know, but Boots has Eddie's phone number. Can't blame anything on everything on Eddie. And you know what, Mark, you're right, and that's what I'm saying. Like somewhere along the line, it's a combination of Eddie or Boots, and someone. At the end of the day, it comes down to the fighter, right? Regardless of what the promoter says and whatnot, it comes down to the fighter. You have a deal situated where you can fight Vergil Ortiz at 154 on the Saudi Arabia card and February 22nd. Do you want to do it or not? All right? Do you want to do it or not? Simple as that. Crawford ducking Vergil too. You can't say he's ducking Vergil when he's asking for Canelo. Regardless if you feel like it's a cash out or not. Like it doesn't resonate. Like personally, I think at the end of the day, we will get to see when Madrimov and Boychuk fight a better comparison of what hypothetically could have been the matchup. But you know, I think the Vergil Bud stuff was never gonna happen. You know, I think at a certain point, Vergil was coming up when Crawford was trying to fight Spence. They weren't really gonna rush Vergil anyways to a Crawford fight. And by the time that Vergil's gotten better and Crawford became money man, Crawford's at the end of his career, and you already know where he wants to go at. So, Crawford ducked Boots for sure. I still don't understand how the Coda. Come on, Coda. Let's not do this. Let's not do this on the show where right now we can't figure out even if Boots wants to fight Vergil Ortiz at 154, let alone, you know, if Bud. Let's not do this, Coda. Let's not do this. You know how situations work out. Because that's like saying Boots is ducking Blair Cobbs then. You might as well say then Boots is ducking Blair Cobbs. Like there's a pecking order, right? If a guy's in here and he wants to go up here, right? Yes, he is, man. Madrimov, bro, come on. Well, look, real. This is what you can get out of a Madrimov fight. You get to say you're a 4-division world champion. Regardless if you like it or not, to say that you're a 4-division world champion. And this is the funnier part too. He was supposed to fight Fundora. And guess what? He allowed him to have a voluntary. You know that. He would have went from Madrimov to Fundora, and he allowed Fundora to do whatever Fundora is about to do right now. Have a voluntary. Vergil people called up Fundora and said, let's make it happen. And Samson Lukowitz was like, we already got some stuff worked out. It's probably Spence, but we'll see. But Bud could have went from the Madrimov fight would have got him a Fedora fight, which would have made him a 3-belt champion. Like, come on, man. Let's not do this. Let's not do this on a show when we don't even know if Boots is gonna fight Vergil on 154. Boots took Bud belt because Bud didn't fight Boots. Do you understand that they stripped Coda? You're killing me. I know you know this. I know we have a little back and forth, but listen, they took his belt when? When did they take Bud's belt? They took his IBF belt when he was what? In a situation where he actually had to figure out if he was going to do a rematch or not with Spence. The rematch never materialized. Right? The IBF knew there was a rematch clause in there. So because of that, he's like, fuck the IBF. I'm going up to 154. And even when he beat Spence, he even said, I don't even know if I'm going to stay at 147. It was hard for me to even stay at 147. So even at that point, regardless if the IBF took the belt or not, he already was going to go to 154. He said it at the post conference. That is like, this was hard for me too, not just for Spence. So he already hinted that. Come on. What we need is this fight. I will say this. If Boots and Vergil fight each other, the winner of that has a stake to say, yo, let me be the young lion and fight Bud. 1,000%. 1,000%. Do I think it will happen? Probably not. No. Because, you know, Bud is at the end and he wants Canelo. And if not, then, you know, he's going to move the way that he wants to move. And that's kind of what happens when you're in that position. And, you know, at a certain point, all of them do it. And I'm not saying that as fight fans, that's what you want to hear. I'm not just saying that about Bud or Floyd or any guy. That's, you know, it just, you know, where Bud's at, Boots and Vergil need to fight each other. Those Bud and all those guys at least have fought. Yeah, see, the only bringing up Bud is distracted from the Boots ducking, but the team Ennis is worse. Look, it's just, I want to set that straight because it's like, this is their defining 50-50 fight. all these guys that get in a position like a Canelo and Floyd, they have taken a fight like this before in their career. They have taken tough fights. They have taken a short notice fight. They have moved up multiple different divisions. They have done something where it's like, yeah, I totally would want Vergil versus Bud. I totally want Boots versus Bud. I do, and I really do. I'm not saying I want those fights, but then you also have to be reasonable and be like, but did they do enough to merit that? Vergil hasn't even won a title, and Boots won a vacant title because Bud was in a rematch clause that the IBF didn't even want to wait to determine if the rematch was going to happen, and they just gave him the belt. So we got essentially two guys that never beat an actual defending champion, and now these guys should be fighting each other to determine who's really that guy, and now we're in this situation. So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear that shit. Boots and Vergil should happen. It should happen. We should not even be talking about Bud. We should be talking about why has Boots not told us what his plan is. Boots is overhyped. I'm not even going to talk about like if he's capable of beating Vergil or if he's hyped or not. I don't understand this. Like this is going to hurt Boots if you don't fight 154. It is. It's already going to hurt, which has already been a damaging year of a subpar performance against David Avanesian, which was supposed to be the barometer, but Bud fought him, such and such. And then the Karen fight, which everyone's saying, oh, he ran from you. Like, this is an ugly year for Boots. This whole Matchroom Boots situation, for whatever it is bad. And the only thing that's going to champion Boots, in my opinion, is he goes to 154 and just steps on Vergil Ortiz. Competitive fight or an easy fight. Just take the 154 fight. You can't call Boots a duck at a guy, a guy at 154. Don't just go like that because you want to fight happen. Bud. Well, you know what? It's not about the fact that he's ducking the guy. It's the fact that he's not taking control of his career. Like, this is messy. Why can't he just be transparent, D1? Like, what are we in limbo for? What is this? You know, like what is the purpose of spreading this I'm unclear, unsure message? It's clear he's unsure, and unfortunately, boxing fans are the ones that are going to determine your this and that and all that. And I know it's temporary. We're fickle, right? I'm gonna be fair too. Let me be fair to Jaron in this case. We're fickle. We don't know what Jaron's gonna do. 10 years from now, Jaron fights everyone that we want to fight. Vergil comes and beats everyone. And this age is like, shit, cool, whatever. Right now, I can only speak about the moment, all right? I'm not saying what Jaron's limitations are or what he's not capable of doing. It's nothing about that. I'm not picking him losing or beating Vergil. I'm saying that whatever this is looks stupid. And as a boxing fan, and probably even Jaron Ennis fans, you're going to look at it and be like, damn, bro. Like, my guy Boots, like that look like it's like this. That's what I'm speaking on. Like, this ain't really the clear cut message that we want to see. Boots' reputation is slowly diminishing. The stock has dropped right before our eyes. Yeah. Hey, hey bro, how do you see Vergil versus Boychuk? I personally saw Vergil lost, got alive, and the man Mexican media was hella mad at me, but I'm proud of what. I was at that fight, and I'm big on upsets, so I'll be honest, right? And I'll just say it clear. I might have been biased on the idea of just wanting to see an upset, personally. So I was probably maybe watching a little bit more on Boychuk. I thought Boychuk might have edged it, but I never watched it on TV. Like, when I'm there, you know, it's a completely different fight. So I was in the building. I did see the fight. It was a close fight. It was a good fight, personally. I thought Boychuk edged it, but them giving it to Vergil, like, looking at it, kind of later on, I can see it, but I have to watch it again, you know. But I do respect Vergil taking the fight. I respect Boychuk, Madrimov fighting each other. So I definitely felt Boychuk won the fight when I was there. I have to watch it on TV. So that's my honest opinion. And I thought Boots did beat Karen, but he looked like shit. So I think Boots and Vergil is a perfect fight, and I think Boychuk and Madrimov is a great fight. Like, honestly, you know, and because Karen's a 147 pounder, I can't match Boychuk and Karen. But you get what I'm saying? Like, those are all great fights, and I'm looking forward to seeing the Boychuk match off, but brother would be cutting hair at your neighborhood barbershop by the time he's 30. He's clear he's scared of the bright lights. I mean, what's interesting is I interviewed Boots at his press conference when he originally was slated for Cody Crowley, and I asked him, like, yo, when you fought on Tank's card in DC as the co-man, it was like, were you just kind of like forcing a knockout? Were you a little inexperienced and things like that? And he said, yeah, you know, he openly admitted and told me that. And so, you know, I respected that. You know, I think every fighter, you know, you saw Abdullah Mason get dropped, you saw Floyd Schofield get dropped. You see a lot of these young fighters have these moments where they're growing up and developing their, just Vergil Ortiz getting dropped. Like, you see this stuff and it happens. It's not, to me, I don't care about that shit. Like, I'm not, you can't be like, oh, you know, Floyd ain't never got dropped and blah, blah, blah. Or, you know, on paper, he never, you know, like, look, flaws and all, I love it because it's part of the game, right? I'd rather have you learn those mistakes at a smaller point of your career than in a big fight, because Andre Ward got dropped by Darnell Boone, which later would be like, okay, Darnell Boone's a good fighter, but it's fine. Like, you can have mid or somewhat performances, and I'm okay with that. You know, it's just a matter of you just taking what you did in that ring and you practice and you overcame it. Like, it's, you know, and I think that Boots and Vergil both can do that and come deliver a great fight. I'm not holding these guys to those two performances, even though I thought, you know, Boychuk might have edged out. I think Boychuk is a hell of a good fighter. He's strong as hell. You know, these Eastern European fighters, right? I did this interview with Crawford's trainer, Red, and we had a whole conversation that people just don't give Eastern European fighters credit. They're hard, tricky fighters. They're not well known. They got names that are not desirable in the American market. They have amazing amateur backgrounds, and pretty sure 9 times out of 10, if you come across one, you're not going to have an easy time. So, Andre Ward was rocked by Kenny. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so I'm cool with it. Eric Bell, what's up? Golden Boy will not put their top brass in the ring when another high-level opponent unless it certainly paid dividends. But Boots needs to go to 154 and finish Ortiz so everyone can go silent. That's really that's the only thing you can do at this point. That's the only thing you can do at this point. Oh, yeah, Boychuk beat Vergil, in my opinion. Okay, so you thought so too, Kanye? I thought Boychuk won. Boots is a duck. If Boots would have signed a Team T, the fight would have got made, no cap. I don't know. Like, I really don't know, to be honest about that. I don't know. I mean, if he was with PBC, which he was with, remember, Boots was signed to Showtime, but he wasn't signed to PBC. But the cards were PBC cards. So if you're signed to Showtime and PBC cards are going on, you don't think Al's like, yo, put Boots on so we can probably, you know, build a relationship with Boots, right? So Boots is probably trying to get unification fights for the Mario Bars to Stan Jonas and waiting around, and those fights never actually happened. So at that point, I think Cody Crowley and Boots was kind of being talked about, but there was rumors of saying that, you know, Cody was turning it down or Boots was underpaying. So when Boots actually signed with Matchroom, this was the first good sign that I was like, okay, maybe Boots did a good move. When he signed to Matchroom put in a purse bid that pretty much Cody Crowley was okay with, and then he agreed to fight until his eye was injured. So it seemed like Eddie was putting up the money, but so I don't know if he was signed to PBC or TMT. I don't know. But at the end of the day, this can all age like shit. Connor beats Mario Barrios. Shotgun beats Stan Jonas. And now Matchroom has 3 belts. And all of a sudden, a year goes by and Boots is unified 3 belts. And Brian Norman and him could settle out for Undisputed. And then we look at it like, well, you know what? That panned out really great for Boots. And then Vergil goes on 154 and Death Row with all the actions at and gets smoked out. So who knows, right? That's how boxing works. It's really funny, but at this moment, it's just this specific time. Like, you hope that the Gervonta Tank Davis press conference or other stuff this week kind of overshadows it, you know. But you know, De La Hoya is gonna do some clapback, so it's gonna come back this Thursday. That clapback shit coming back Thursday, so it's not gonna be the end for Boots. If Boots wants to stay at 147, that's cool, but then why make comments about 154? His comments about 154 is out of place. I mean, that's what I agree. That's why I gotta be like critical on Jaron in this situation, because you gotta get that public perception in order. You gotta mean what you say and say what you mean. And if you don't, then you gotta kind of clean it up a little bit. And that's what he's not doing. He's not cleaning it up. He's just kind of postponing the inevitable message that we all kind of feel. It's like, damn, bro. You know what I mean? Like, look, My man Najee says, I don't like this statement. That's nasty work. And Naj is a super supporter of Jaron Ennis. Like, super supporter. You know what I mean? Like, I know he's very cool with them. Like, and I'm not trying to speak for Naj, but he's like, I don't like this statement. That's nasty work, bro. Like, that's not what we want to hear. As a fan, not a person who understands business and will understand behind the scenes, because I gave Boots all the benefit of the doubt, right, in this thing. But as a fan, this shit looking like a duck, right? That's how you feel as a fan. That's how you want to really express yourself. So I felt Boots had no excuse for his performance with Karen rematch, so he used his weight as one. Coach, I've been trying to put Boychuk on the map for 3 years. Who's got a better resume, Shakur or Boots? Shakur, for sure. Shakur's fought he gave a 2-division world champion a loss. You know, he's fought a defending title, Jamel Herring, who at that point beat Lamont Roach, who later beat Hector Garcia. Like, you gotta give it to Shakur. You gotta give it to Shakur. Shakur got a better resume. You know what I mean? I'm not saying Shakur resume is screaming like a million miles per hour, but even when he was young, he fought Christopher Diaz, which was a good fight at a young prospect level. You got it once again. You gotta give it to Shakur. I'm not even gonna do that to Shakur. You know what I mean? Stevenson, Kid Austin's official yet. Sebastian Perez, I'll be dead serious. I have no clue. The social media, it's signed, it's not signed, it's signed, it's not signed. I actually am gonna be very blunt. I'm not even gonna pretend I know what the hell is going on. I'm just gonna have to wait, just like you guys. I'm sure I'll get an email, maybe 2 minutes in my email before it goes out on social media on a blast, and a Twitter post that it's signed, sealed, and delivered. But I'll find out probably no faster than you, probably a minute or two. So I actually don't know, Sebastian. I'll be honest. I'm not even going to sit here in front like I know that stuff. But it's good build up, and it's terrible if those two don't fight. But I wouldn't be surprised either, because you saw De La Hoya also mention that he's like, Shakur, you want to fight my 22-year-old, up and developing guy, which he's kind of giving credence, like, you're Shakur, you're silver medalist, Shakur. I'm trying to build up Zepeda to fight you, and I've been prolonging that for a while. You want to give Floyd Schofield, who just had a bad performance? I don't know, brother. I don't know. Close says Cameron Duncan. He wouldn't let Kell Brook move from welterweight all the way to middleweight to fight at Prime Golovkin. I mean, you're talking about he wouldn't let Kell Brook. Oh, I don't want to hear nothing. Oh, Eddie's protecting his fighters. Well, that's why he didn't want to sacrifice Boots to Nah, kids, Eddie's protected his fighters. He wouldn't let Kell Brook move from welterweight to all the way. I don't know. I can't say he protects his fighters. I think Eddie actually puts his fighters in some fucked up situations, a.k.a. put them in fights. I think that's what he tried to do. I think he got a call from Turkey, and it was like, yo, let's do this. Let's make this and that. I got this and he was like, I like it. How much money we talking about? Boom. And probably try to work a deal out. And at that point, it didn't work out. And now it's kind of what we have, like right here. Eddie said they're working out a deal, and now he's saying he was just given a term sheet. Like, I don't want to hear this. We resume like Crawford. I don't know what that means. I thought Vergil won. Even the knockdown was suspicious. Vergil never even looked hurt, but he hurt Boychuk multiple times throughout the fight. Just watched the full fight yesterday. No, he hurt Vergil. He hurt Vergil. Fight talk. But he also hurt Boychuk. Like, it was a great fight. I mean, I think this year it might be in my top 3 best fights. Fight of the year. It's a fight of the year candidate. Like, the women's is Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor, but Vergil and Boychuk was definitely fight of the year. Like, that was a great fight. I'm not even gonna take it away. Same with Mario Barnes and Abel Ramos and some other fights. So Brian Norman's next for Boots in July, August. I mean, that's if they can get the fight to be negotiated, right? I mean, they're going to have to pay some money. Eric Bell says, and putting Ortiz in there with Zayas, who answered the replacement call, won't prove much of a point because Zayas still got too many flaws in his game to hold off Ortiz. It's not going to... Xander Zayas, is, if anything, is going to make Vergil... Like, it's kind of somewhat of a lose-lose situation, because Xander, even though his best win is Patrick Teixeira... Vergil has way better wins, and Xander is a young, up-and-coming kid who just wants to smoke. I've seen people negatively put out Jared Anderson 2.0, and I understand why, because they feel that this is just a very rushed fight in Xander's career. But for Vergil, if he doesn't look spectacular, there's going to be critics on Vergil, because Vergil is going to be suited in this situation where he's the guy that made Boots scared. So like, there's a lot of expectations for Vergil. So Xander does have upside in that fight, but I'm curious if Top Rank even lets it happen, because when Jared Anderson went and fought Martin Piccoli, Bob didn't sound too happy about that on that Turkey card. So does he want to send his young Puerto Rican prospect he's been building up in New York for years now, slowly headlining and doing things like that, now all of a sudden take a fight in Saudi Arabia on the undercard against a really tough guy without a title? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. You gotta see, man. Might have to try to reach out to Bob Arum, see if I can do an interview, get some questions, man, because I know Xander. Like, I remember when Xander first turned pro, and Xander's one of those guys that he does want to test himself. He wants to smoke. I don't put it past that he rose his hand. So February 22nd card is getting huge. Shakur Stevens is fighting the card as well. I mean, it depends on what fights get made, right? Everything's starting to fall apart, so we'll see. But Devin says, bro, this is out of pocket for me asking, but have you guys seen the Floyd Schofield? I did see it. This is what I'll say. And I know you kind of like, oh man, like, you be ducking smoke. I know you be, but I think this is my thing. I don't condone what happened in there. I thought that was wild. I thought that was crazy. I'm not a fan of, what happened in there. He later on obviously talked about it and said that he's not a fan of doing it, and he acknowledged that that's not something that he looks back and he's proud of and is happy about it. So I can't really speak on their actual circumstance of, oh, you should be together. And like, I'm not. I do know that he acknowledged it wasn't right. He didn't justify the actions. He went on and kind of said that he went on and sought therapy about it. And so, I'm going to leave it at that, because he's uttered the same stuff that I've said. I don't think that I'm in disagreement with what he said. I'm not a fan of what he did, but I don't know the circumstance. I can't speak on that specifically. Very wild. I'm old school, you know what I mean? Like, so, but, you know what I mean? Old school is like women and guys just, shouldn't really get into physical altercations, but sometimes, it's not my place. But like I said, he uttered that there was nothing really I need to go after him and whatnot. Just obviously don't let it happen again. It's just kind of is not great that the time it came out during all the attention of his son, So, but it's a little out of podcast, but it's really not, because it's boxing. There's wild stuff, and that's what I'm here to kind of give you guys kind of some of my honest opinions. I'm not really shying away from a lot of stuff. I'm being very fair and transparent, and I do try to sit on the fence on a lot of stuff, but then I'm definitely giving you my honest opinions. I can't wait for Clapback. Yeah, Oscar will be on Thursday. I'm gonna read a couple more. I'll probably stay on for probably like 15 more minutes, and then because tomorrow, just so you guys know, I'll be at Tank and Lamont Roach's press conference Tuesday. I'm going out to New York at Barclays Center. And then I have a Lamont Roach interview that's going to be dropping, I believe, tomorrow. I interviewed Lamont for a whole hour. It's not like a whole bunch of like shit talking, because like it's like he's fighting Tank, so like we can just get straight to it. I asked him a lot of great stuff about like how the fight got made and certain stuff, like really not so much specifically about the fight itself, but kind of more of like how things got made, the intricate details, all those stuff. Because really when Tuesday comes on, that's when all the real shit talking and popping off will go. So check that out. I think it's gonna be dropping out tomorrow. So Lamont's cool guy, you know what I mean? So I can't buy the Boots is scared. I don't believe fighters are scared. And you know what, Darren? I definitely am not saying Boots is scared. I think that right now what's going on is that his public perception is being completely mismanaged. And because of this, these type of things can make or break fighters' careers. Because now you're going to be labeled as a duck. They don't understand. Casual fans don't understand the philosophy of fighters not being scared, right? Like, it's insulting to call fighters scared. But it's like weighing out their options. And his options was probably not thinking of just going to 154 and fighting Vergil at this time. Maybe he was kind of underneath the impression that he can get something else. I don't know. I really don't know. But it's one of those things where he says, all right, listen to him. We're waiting. Time's ticking. Floyd Schofield just signed his contract to fight Shakur. I saw it on social, but I didn't get an email. You know what I mean, Coda? So, like, until I get an actual press release where, it actually comes out, I can go on Twitter and say, I've signed a fight with Floyd Mayweather, You won't believe me until what? You saw a flyer and PBC puts out oh, Floyd Mayweather's, you know what I mean? So, I mean, yeah, but at the same time, we just thought this shit was going down. So, I get what you're saying, that it's saying it's signed, but what had Shakur said? Has Shakur also doubled down and said he signed? You know? We'll see. I'm not saying that fight's not impossible, you know? I knew that Oscar didn't want to make the fight. That's what I said in previous live, so. Boots' end of the day is a golden boy for Matchroom in the U.S., so he has to be moved right and make the most use. Hence, they're trying to confine at 147, given he would be better for the business side point. Yeah, I mean, yes, but this stuff can't get out there because Philly's a fight town. So if he goes back in Philly, even his own fans is going to question and ask him, why didn't you fight Vergil at 154? So, like, you know, you got to understand your public perception too. You know, you can only go so long. So Boots is like Boo Boo Anderson, one lost and out. Damn. I promise Floyd just signed this shit. No, I'm not doubting once again, Coda. I'm just saying, I'm just telling you, I'm not going to go out and publicly say that the fight is officially done because one person says it's signed on social media. I have to take a little bit more, I guess, precautionary steps before I use this platform to publicize saying that something's official. That's what I'm saying. And so I can't put my actual stamp and say that the fight is legitimately all clear and done. So go and send, who's Christopher Diaz? Christopher Diaz was like a decent fighter, but it was like a step up for Shakur Stevenson early on. Like, and I remember I was actually at the Madison Square Garden. That was on a Crawford undercard. Yeah, so, you know, Christopher Diaz was like a decent fighter that was built up, had like a decent kind of fighting style. He never really materialized to be like this great fighter, but like you can see, he fell short of like Shakur and Navarrete, and had a majority decision loss to like to champions. But really, at the end of the day, like he was a fighter that would let me know, like, yes, he lost to Ito. All his fights against champions, but that's what I'm saying. It's like he let me know, Shakur let me know, like, okay, he's not just a prospect, like he's a contender because he was able to beat a guy who's floating around the championship level. That's what Christopher Diaz was me at that time. And at that time, his only loss was against Ito, which was, you know, the WBO champion at that time. So I thought it was a decent step up for Shakur in his part of his career when he was 10-0. And he jumped out when allegedly a lot of people said he was fighting like taxi drivers. He went up and jumped up and fought Christopher Diaz, who was, you know, 24-1, coming off of, you know, a win and then a loss to a world champion. He's a solid guy at that time for Shakur to prove that he is where he's at. Who he is now doesn't age well for Shakur as like, oh, that's Christopher Diaz. But at the time, I remember like most people wouldn't necessarily take a prospect and just throw him in because it was unsure. You know what I mean? When you take a 10-0 prospect, I know silver medals, you know, you're still unsure. And I remember like the energy that Shakur was in. That fight, Shakur stepped on his foot like 1,000 times too. That's when I knew Shakur had this like little foot stepping trick, you know. But like, Shakur made it easy. Tank never is going to be undisputed. Never say never. You know what I mean? I just know that Tank, ideally, if it presents himself, yeah, sure, but he's not going out his way for it, you know? It's not his importance. Tank is like in the position where he's like, he's going to fight guys that either one suit his benefits or the fights that have marquee names. So if it's not a marquee name, then Lamont Roach is like an opponent that fits perfect into whatever situation he's in. So, but I don't know. I've never been like the crazy about Undisputed. If Undisputed involves you fighting the people we want to see you fight, then I'm cool with it. If Undisputed is you fighting a guy that just happens to have all the belts and there's other people I'd rather see you fight, then I don't care about Undisputed. You know, like Floyd's never been Undisputed, you know, but he fought all the guys around that we wanted to see, you know. That's more important to me, you know what I mean? Like if it's the difference of you fighting the guys we want to see you fight opposed to you fighting this guy that everyone feels like you would have beaten regardless if all the belts is on the line. And I know it's important for the fighters for the belts, but I'm just saying for my own critique, it's just my own personal opinion that I care more about who you fight at times versus just only being undisputed. And sometimes that's all that's left to determine if that division, what it has, right? You know, sometimes the division doesn't really have names, so then you're forced to fight the champions, and that's how you kind of clear out and make a name, you know what I mean? But if there is names in there, then I'd rather see you fight the names in the division, if it's names in there. Bro, I got love for you, but be real with me right now. Did y'all, as media, get a message specifically to not ask Eddie about Sky? And now, to be honest, no one right now in FightHype had an opportunity to talk to Eddie. So everyone that's talked to Eddie so far has been over in the UK during Sonny Edwards and Yafai. Now I could be the dickhead. Like if I see Eddie, I can go like, yo, like, but you know what I mean? Like, no, there's no message. So to kind of specify, like I wouldn't. If I see Eddie, I can't go up and ask him. There's no message. But you know, like, are you guys really that interested into promoter sleeping with fighter gossip? Like, to me, it's, I don't really care. So like, it doesn't really, like, I care more about the Jaron Vergil stuff. That's the stuff I care about, right? I don't really care like a promoter sleeping with a fighter, and I don't really see anything wrong with it, to be honest. You know what I mean? Like, hey man, so none of my business. So, but no message across. We haven't had any fighters go up to Eddie, so no, we didn't have a gag or nothing on it. As you can see, we still have De La Hoya's clapback up from when he talked about it. So, you know, we didn't get any type of letters or nothing. Eddie's just traumatized this year and doesn't want to lose the going. Probably. Very, very so, man. Derek says the boxing game was great when TMT was running shit. I think as an event, I think when Floyd was able to fight, like, it brought a lot of like people who didn't watch boxing to watch boxing. And that's where it's like, that's when, you know, it's like a fun, good time where your casual friends that don't care or don't know shit about boxing is willing to actually watch boxing. Versus you have to explain why they need to watch it. They're just going to watch it. So, some people might not been a fan of the TMT era, but, you know, I'm a fan of every era. It's just hindsight. It's easy to go back and be like, this was great, and right now it's shit. Like, maybe we do get Vergil and Boots in February 26th. I don't know. You know, it's easier to live in hindsight, but I enjoyed it. You know what I mean? I thought it was a cool, fun time. I love telling everyone Floyd was always going to win, and he did. And, Tank never going to be undisputed. That's why Canelo's the best. At least he fights champions. You know, I think Canelo has been kind of that last kind of bridge between like that Pacquiao Floyd era and this era where he's still like, he was able to touch whatever that era was doing. And what I mean by that era is like, he got to fight guys who were on the out that have really good names and that were still willing to fight younger guys, right? You know, like Canelo, I mean Cotto, Shane Mosley, like a lot of those type of fighters were able to kind of like give him that type of opportunity. And he understands what it's like to fight in certain circumstances and kind of how to build himself into like a face of boxing. So, yeah, and Canelo's doing his thing, man. You know, obviously I'm just selfish. I want the David Benavidez fight, and you know, I know Crawford wants to fight, you know, Canelo. So I mean, just give us something to entertain us. You know what I mean? Just give us, the hardcore boxing fans, a little bit of something. I think the David Benavidez would be a great pay forward. David Benavidez, to me, with Canelo, is that if he beats David Benavidez and David Benavidez becomes the monster after the fight, like if he loses to Canelo, that would be like the equivalent of Floyd beating Canelo, right? Him being able to beat a younger, bigger guy who a lot of people feel could be a threat, and you come in there and you do your thing. I think that would be the equivalent of Floyd and you know, so. Vergil, but he doesn't have to at the same time go once. I'm not also saying he needs to. Like, as a fan, I would love it, but I understand. Like, to be honest, Canelo, if he retires, like, yeah, it sucks. You know, we can get the David Benavidez fight, but you can't really. You know, Canelo has definitely done a lot of stuff. So, you know, he's already had a couple boogeyman kind of fights that he's gave us. So I give him props for that at least. Tank never is going to be. I'm going to keep reading it, huh? I wouldn't drop my belt unless it's a double-digit minutes. I see it. I don't know the paper situation, right? So You know, how much is he getting paid for Vergil? If he's getting paid a lot of money for Vergil, then people are gonna pocket watch and be like, "Yo, what's up?" You know, maybe it's not a lot of money. You know what I mean? I don't know. I really don't know. You know what I mean? But here's the thing: 187, he wouldn't have to drop his belt. Like he just fought his mandatory. So the whole perception, 187, is that he's gonna lose his belt if he goes to 154, so he has to make a decision. No, it's not. He's not gonna lose his belt. He just completed his mandatory. IBF does about a yearly mandatory. They enforced it, but they just enforced it. So he just wouldn't lose his belt. So regardless if it's a couple million, a trillion, billion, whatever, it's just his belt. He's always gonna keep his belt. So Queen Mrs. What's up? I think it's more knowing your own limits and knowing you can push past those limits. It's basically having IQ knowing that he may not win. And it's like admitting there's a chance that he may not win. And you know what? That's why I think if he kind of like credit Vergil and say, look, this is kind of a tough fight, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Like, not saying that he's scared, but just kind of like, look, if I go to 154, I can't go about it like this against a really good opponent. I think Vergil's a great fighter, and I think me and him will make an amazing fight. I think it's one of those fights that can be go down as like a Mayweather Corrales or any other 50-50 fight that's been out there on paper. So for that, I think it's unfair for Vergil to not fight me coming in as my best, as in coming in 154 properly and doing it right. And I think it would be unfair for me, you know, for that expectation. So I think if he came a little bit more diplomatic, I think fight fans would be a little disappointed, but then they would also understand, like, he's not making excuses, he's just being real. And if you're intelligent enough about knowing about boxing, he's being transparent, he's telling the truth how he feels, then, you know, it's okay. It's gonna set his stock back still, of course, because you got this opportunity, right? That it seems like it's too good to be true, and you're the reason why it's not happening. But if you kind of go out and kind of set something, it would be a little bit more honorable, and I think your fan base would defend you. But I feel like a lot of his fan base right now is out there like, huh? What is going on? And I think that sucks for him. But, you know, welcome to boxing, right? It's time to step up. You know, the guys that you wanted to fight and call out, Spencer Crawford has been going through that type of criticism for absolutely many years. So now when you get in their shoes, welcome to their world. You know, I remember covering Crawford for, you know, almost a decade, and dude, every year he got insane amount of criticism, like insane stuff that I just didn't even think was fair, right? Even with Spence too, like Spence got a lot of stuff that was not in his control, but Crawford had it the worst. You know what I mean? Between the two, and yeah, maybe certain people made certain decisions that might have not really suited what the fans felt, which might be the case in this Boots thing. But you know, it's time to step up and prepare for this criticism, because I'm telling you, man, y'all know it, man. Terrence has got criticized for years, and finally when the Spence fight happened, you know, he got to do his thing. And even then, some people don't really give him his due for it because of, you know, the car crash and certain circumstances. So, you know, you can't win, you know. He's a journeyman. You're talking about Christopher Diaz. It's too early for Xander to take this fight right now. I'd rather either possibly be the winner of Boyacek or Madrimov. Brian Mendoza, a good choice, or maybe Erickson Lubin. Yeah, those are good fights. You know what I mean? But is Erickson Lubin going to take the fight on short notice? I think Erickson Lubin might have a fight coming up. Brian Mendoza, maybe. Yeah, but I think Turkey's kind of the one that's fitting the bill, and I think he wants like a Xander versus Brian Mendoza. You know, he's like a big kid with money. You know, so he's thinking, oh, fantasy fight, Vergil versus Xander. Ooh, he's not thinking like, ooh, Vergil versus Brian Mendoza is a great matchup. That's a matchmaker. You know, that's Golden Boy matchmaking thinking. You know, Turkey's thinking more of like a kid and seeing how much money. That's why this Vergil and Jaron Ennis is being even discussed. It's because of him. So imagine everyone hyped for Shakur versus Floyd, only to be announced that Shakur versus Shakur. Yeah. Vergil ducked boost before, so they won one now. Okay, I think I can't even remember the timeline stuff. It's just and that actually goes back to like I don't even remember what happened. If that's the case, so maybe Boost will be in luck and people will forget about this stuff. But you know, this is bigger in their career now, so it's gonna be harder. Tank's kind of in a Floyd position right now. He kind of bigger than the belts themselves. No excuse though. These guys got to fight each other soon. Yeah, and I think Tank will. I think Tank is just kind of letting those guys build himself in a position where I say this all the time too. Tank is in a position where he's footing the bill, right? And he's looking for someone to come up and be like, yo, we're going to eat at, I don't know, a fancy restaurant. It's about $1,000 for us to eat a couple steaks and some wine and stuff. You're going to help him chip in? And you're like, I can't really contribute. You know what I mean? And it's like, fuck, bro. Like, I need someone to come in and like, or a better, actually, terrible analogy. I've used this analogy all the time, so I just get tired of using it, but I'm trying to think of something different. It's like you host a party and you always bring out all the banger foods, and you're the dude that comes in with napkins, and you always come with napkins, and it's like, look, it would be nice if you brought something to the table so that we all ate, and you brought like maybe some sides, some mashed potatoes and some chips, so that I don't really have to always foot the bill and really kind of, and you're not just like the soda pop guy, the bag of chips guy. You're a guy that brings in like the ham while I bring the turkey. So he feels a lot of these guys don't really bring more than just some paper. And I know some fight fans will be like, no, it'll be big. I'm just saying like that's how he thinks. So, and then imagine if you're coming in with some napkins, like, man, fuck you, man. You ain't that. Your food ain't even that good, man. Shit. My bag of potato chips is better than your turkey. And it's like, oh, now you talking shit too. Why don't I get this guy who's nice? Let me get this Lamont Roach guy who's super nice, and I'll break bread with him and eat with him, and have a smaller Thanksgiving. It's not a bigger Thanksgiving, but it's a smaller one. I'd rather have a peaceful Thanksgiving than this group of people who I just got a headache with. So it's a lot. There's a lot, and it's a part of negotiations, Edwin. You know how that goes. Devin became undisputed before Tank. At least Devin fought Lomachenko. Yeah, I give Devin credit. I give Teal, credit, but at the same time, Omar, and I'm not saying this like to discredit it from like a boxing fan, right? I give him credit as a boxing fan. I was very ecstatic that those guys all fought Lomachenko, but Tank kind of didn't have to. He was kind of spoiled, and I don't want to use the word spoiled, but you know what it is, like he's anointed in that position. So when you're anointed, you don't have to do the things like fight a tough ass amateur beast of a guy Lomachenko to kind of make some noise. You gotta just be yourself and just be Gervonta Tank Davis, and that's where Gervonta's luxury is at, and those guys have to take in some tougher fights, and that's why they grew the fan bases that they did, because they fought guys that they felt that Tank should have, but doesn't take away that Tank isn't capable of fighting and maybe beating those guys too. It's just he just doesn't have to, so you have to, so you do that, and then when you keep fighting those type of guys and we fight, you're bringing something to the table. You're bringing the credibility that the fans say that I need to be justified as a Hall of Famer. So if Tank fights Devin, T.O., Ryan, and beats and knocks all those guys out, and they went through the gauntlet and beat all of them, what, you're going to say Tank's not a good fighter? So, it's a very luxury position, right? Because styles make fights too. You might be better suited to beat that guy versus the guy they beat, It happens all the time, so. A couple more, and I'm going to bounce out. Get more fans with good fights. Top fighters need to fight, even if it's just staying busy. Yeah, I agree, man. Get more fans with good fights. Top tier need to fight. Yeah, I just think this is just an unfortunate thing for the hardcore boxing fans. The casual fans are asleep. They don't even know what the hell is going on this week. But his turn of events is a bad look overall, in my opinion. It is. It's definitely bad. Tank is still a 3-year-old prospect. I respect Tank more if he went out in his way and actually challenged himself and fight actual fighters. Here's the thing about Tank, and I say this all the time. Tank started his career at like a 126 pounder, and he's fighting in 135, which, yeah, some people might say he's big and stocky for the weight. He punches like a truck, but that's not his fault that he punches so much harder than everyone in his division. The people in the division are huge. Everyone's so much bigger than him. Like, Mario Barrios is a welterweight champion, and Tank started at 126. Ryan Garcia refused to want to fight him at 135. He wanted to have one more pound. So there you go, rehydration clause, because he didn't want to maintain the 135. Then 136 with a rehydration clause, and that's a big dude. Dude couldn't even make Devin's weight class. You know what I mean? At 140. So these are big guys, and you got to, at a certain point, look at Tank and kind of go, well, look, at a certain point, some of the opponents that aren't as sexy and as great, but the Lomachenko fight is the fight that Tank probably should have and would have been great to have, but, there's strategic moves that go on there, and at the end of the day, some fights don't get made, just like Boots and Vergil. But I understand, Omar. I'm not taking away the fact. I would love. I'm just trying to be more like realistic versus, nihilistic. I think unfortunately that would have been a fight that would have been able to give Tank an insanely incredible. But that would have been also a hard fight. If Tank fought Loma back then, he would have fought a more in prime version of Loma than Tio and Devin, in my opinion. I don't think neither Tio or Devin fought prime Lomachenko. $5 super chat, Attorney Bailey. What's up? Notice that the boxing world is talking about actual fights and signed upcoming fights. Just focus on speculative fights. Boxing is struggling. Yeah, it is unfortunate. And by the way, that $5 is gonna go to me going to Barclays Tuesday. So I appreciate you also with some of the super chats. If you guys didn't see it, I went out to Baltimore for Tank's. I met up with Calvin and Coach Kenny. Tank donated a lot of money to give back to his community and the homeless, and it's a good 30-minute video. They had a lot of support for the homeless and mental illness, and he had these like bomb ass jacket coats that like he gave out. It was a good thing around the holidays. It was a good time. Personally, there's always negativity news, so this was kind of cool to go out and get some positivity. So I appreciate you, Bailey, with some of the super chats. That's, like I said, it went out there. And ultimately, I think it was a good move. So, just give me 1 second. Duck, Jaron, Ennis. Yeah, that's what everyone's saying. All Boots fans think he could beat Ortiz, but seems like he doesn't, and he makes it hard to defend. Yeah, it's a tough fight. You know what I mean? I'm not against people picking Boots against Vergil. It's just this whole entire move just does not look good. That's kind of where we're at. I was saying earlier when I was disappointed in the way Boots handled this, especially given that he was the one that wanted to go to 154. So again, it goes back to the business side and how he was in his last fight. Yeah, you're only good as your last performance. The fact that you even talked about 154 gives fight fans like the idea of like, okay, probably even gave Turkey the idea of possibly like entertaining it. And even then, like you see underneath Turkey even chimed in underneath like you will have a great fight. Kind of like where's Turkey's comments underneath Jaron Ennis's post. You know what I mean? So just Boots is just not in the public perception good. And I think people calling him Duck is it's valid. I give credence to the people who understand that, look, we don't care about that shit. You said certain stuff and you're not backtracking, and now take part of your career. I believe generally both Boots team and Eddie aren't really confident that Boots would do well in 154, especially in the business side. He has a new signing at Matchroom so far. Eddie's trying to evaluate. Yeah, he had a really shitty performance at 147, and I don't know, but Eddie entertained it. Eddie could have shut this down a long time ago. I just don't know. His buck with Ennis and make the most out of him, hence keep him 147. Casanova Pugilist, what's up? The only way Boots redeemed himself from being labeled a duck is he's unified. Fight Connor, Crawford, and Ngannou. Yeah, I love the sarcasm. Obviously, no Ngannou. Crawford, no. Kiss that goodbye. That ain't happening, When Floyd was around, Thurman wanted to fight him. Everyone, nope. Sayonara. You missed your time. Like I'm not gonna say you missed your time. It's just, I don't know. I don't even know how that BOK Prime shit really went down. Really, I know Terrence was a free agent. He was doing a deal with BOK Prime. Jaron Ennis, I don't know if he was signed to Showtime or X, Y, and Z, but there was word that they sent them an offer. And then, wanting to stay loyal to Showtime if they were exclusive to him or just exclusively through them with them verbally. Whatever the case is, Steven Espinoza and them didn't work out a deal. So, but, you know what I mean? That would have been probably technically the time. I'm pretty sure if I talk to Bud, that's what he's going to tell me. So, can you create a top 10 of 140, 154, and we should, from this list, propose fights? For who? Can you create a top 10, and we should, from his list, and we should, from this list, propose? For what? For Jaron Ennis to fight? Jaron Ennis should just fight. Jaron Ennis needs to get Eddie Hearn to stop fucking around and get him a unification fight. It's simple. 147 is Stanionis, who's fighting Chakram. Okay, and this isn't a matchroom fighter. He could have paid his fighter step aside money to make this fight happen. Maybe it didn't work out. Cool. Chakram wins. That should be an Ennis opponent. If Mario Barrios loses to Conor Ben, because he made a proposed deal for Conor Ben, his fighter, instead of Jaron Ennis for Mario Barrios, then if Conor Ben wins, then make that fight happen. But at this point, at 147, there's really nobody outside of the champions that Boots can fight. I don't want to see no one from 140 go up because Boots is big as hell for 147. And then going 54, fight everybody. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's not really a mean machine, I guess. I guess. I don't know. I don't want to see that. Like, I don't know. Just move up. Blair Cobbs, I guess. Where's Greg Hackett? I want to hear from him. I'm sure he has a YouTube channel, so he probably got something in the works. CapQuest. If Eddie himself rejects the fight, it will harm the relationship with Turkey. Well, he's not the one he says it's up to Boots. He said it's all on Boots. It's up to the fighter. So, Bomac mentioned big news coming. Could Boots but nope. I hate to break that to you, but this is what the news was, which is actually good news for his fighter. The news was his fighter Steven Nelson is fighting Diego Pacheco, which Diego Pacheco is highly ranked at 168. Steven Nelson finally gets an opportunity to fight a top super middleweight. I know way past his age, but he beats Diego Pacheco. He could be probably in a position to fight a big money fight. So that's the big news. So hate to burst your bubbles. Regardless, Bud don't have to fight. Boots don't have to fight. I'm confused why Boots hasn't signed. This is literally his biggest opportunity right now. We have to wait, you know. Unfortunately, he gave us this very messy message that says, where is it? Did I already get rid of it? Oh, I must have already moved it. He gave us this really messy message that said, I seen the rumors. I'm sure you've seen it. Social media, just like y'all did. As far as the fight with me, I was unaware that alleged negotiations would be made on my end. From here on out, it didn't come from me and me only. Don't believe it. I will address it if I'm staying at 47. Move it up to 54 at a later date and time. So I wish you would just tell us, you know. Constant, I don't think so. I think Turkey and Goodall would rather do Vergil against Bud than Boots. They originally tried to do that first. You're right, Con. But, you know, Bud's, you know, I mean, I can't speak for Bud. I didn't hear any word for word confirmation that, but clear as day, Vergil moved on. They moved on from that fight. So, you know, Bud's clearly stated that he wants to fight for his legacy and big money, earn for it. So he wants Canelo. So I didn't really see that happening. Boots didn't fight because he was eating turkey. Why they sending offers on Thanksgiving? He can do it. The fight's like 12, 13 weeks out. You know what I mean? Plus, he doesn't have to make 147. He'll have to make 154. Plus, he wouldn't lose his title because he just did his mandatory. So, that's why people aren't really happy with this. So, we were pushing for this too prior to the Sergey Vergil bout too. Yep. One thing we know, the ins and outs of things. 100% we don't know, John, and I think that's where the frustrating part, because what we know is that Boots is out here kind of like somewhat contradicting some of the stuff that Eddie's kind of saying. So now, because there's contradiction involved, everyone's like, well, what the fuck is going on? Eddie says there was negotiations going on, and all of a sudden now he says he has no idea about this 147. There's word that Queensberry Promotions, the official promoter of the card, this from Dan Rayfield, sent over a brief term sheet to Ortiz's team and pretty much said that when they noticed the 147, they were saying, after they were asked, being that Ennis 147 pound, what was it? When it was flagged, Ortiz's camp was told that was Ennis's team in Matchroom Boxing had said that the weight to include that weight on the term sheet. So it's like, it doesn't look good. You know, if Dan Rayfield was saying that based off another promotion company sent out a term sheet and they had to go talk with this side to determine what weight to send the proposed term sheet over to, and that's what it came to. And now they're saying, well, I don't know anything about it. Well, if Boots doesn't know about it, someone has to know about it because someone has told them on their behalf. So that is a big fight for Nelson. I think that's going to be in January 25 in Vegas for that Nelson Pacheco fight. Yeah. So top 10, not for just Boots, but we can propose fights that we want to see if enough of this channel introduce matchups. Someone would take notes just to start with good matchups. I mean, I'll be honest, the welterweight division's kind of like meh, you know, and there's no disrespect to the guys there. It's just, you know, a lot of them just have to fight each other, you know. I mean, you got the 4 champions. That's Fox Track. Let's see, welterweight. You know, you got Jaron, you got Connor. Don't really know too much about Jen. I've seen him, you know, his name pop a lot. Brian Norman, Stanionis, Mario Barrios. Giovanni got cooked. Alexa Rocha got cooked. Karen. I mean, we're kind of getting some slim pickings in this division, man. I don't know if I can make anything hot, you know, the top 10. You know, Blair is a name people know. Avius Griffin is a fighter that's trained by Bomac. It's not a... Kenneth Sims actually won 40-pounder. Roman Villa just got knocked down undercard. It's not a good division. I can't really propose anything in there at Tyranny Bailey. I feel Steven and Diego is going to be a lot like Diego was last time against that guy. Yeah, I was there. That was a tough fight for Pacheco. Yeah, I forgot about that fight. Damn, I just realized I was at so many fights this year. This next year, I'm actually going to probably not be as at many fights because I'm going to be doing more lives. But, dude, if I put up all my credentials, I can feel like I got a huge box of credentials. So, it's crazy. Maybe I'll do like a stream where I go through all my credentials and you know, reminisce, you know. Probably got over like a couple hundred credentials. It's insane to even think about that I've been to that many fights. This is literally the perfect time for Crawford and Boots to start negotiating. No, it's not. No, it's not. You know it's not. Crawford, Canelo doesn't want to fight, but we got to push for this. Nah. It's not even the fact that we can make a difference. Like, I know the Boots team, like, is dead and gone. They know it's not happening. They're not even entertaining it no more. So they're not interested no more, and Bud was never interested at this point of his career. You know, make Bud and Boots now. I don't want to see him. The excuse, what's wrong with Vergil? So he can go 154 for Vergil, but he go 154 for Bud. I mean, yeah, it makes more sense to go for Bud, but you know, fans don't want to hear that. Popo fights like Schofield wants to fight Shakur Tank. How about Face Flair get past? Yeah, you know, I think that's a good build up. You know, Blair Cobbs, but you go from not fighting Vergil to Blair Cobbs is gonna be nasty in people's mind. You know, how about Norman versus Karen? Or Flair. I think Norman still is a guy that's developed himself in welterweight, so it's tough. You know, I just rather just see these guys unify, you know. But if not, yeah, Norman versus Karen would be a good fight because it's a barometer fight because one did really well against Boots, so I wouldn't be opposed against Karen versus Norman. You know, it just doesn't get me excited. It's just a fight that's like, okay, it's either going to show how good Karen is if he beats Norman, or Norman beats him, and do we get Norman versus Boots, you know? Every Hall of Famer fought up-and-coming young fighters. Floyd versus Canelo, Pacquiao versus Thurman, Pac versus Spence. He tried Ali versus Foreman, but is not exempt if he wants to be great. I mean, do you want him to fight Vergil and Boots? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I don't think it's terrible. I think it's great. I mean, did Andre Ward fight this alleged young Dimitri Bivol, Arthur Beterbiev, when he was on the way out? People still look at him as a Hall of Famer, and you know, it didn't taint his career. You know, I think at the end of the day, every Hall of Famer is fortunate to get in the position of Floyd, Pacquiao, like those Ali, like those are absolutely insane. But at the end of the day, they got to do what's best for them. And if you want to say, every fighter has, and Bud's not exempt, he wants to be great. Well, think about this, Casanova. You kind of proven his point then, that if he fights a bigger, younger guy, and he's not fighting an up and coming young fighter. He's fighting a pound for pound generational talent. That's like extremely hard, like I get what you're saying, like a young guy, but fighting Canelo is younger, not young like in his 20s. I get what you're saying, like young, hungry, but fighting Canelo is in the lines of that. You know what I mean? Not specific, but it's in the lines of that. It is. If Crawford went and beat Canelo, if he by God got Canelo and he beat him, I promise you, Casanova, you would not think about, he should have fought Boots and Vergil. You know what I mean? I prefer Bud versus Boots over Vergil because Boots would, and I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying, like, if Bud fought Canelo and beat him, would you even care that Boots and Vergil was even asking for a Bud fight? So I think him asking for Canelo doesn't really destroy his mark. But I get also that Bud is in a position to give a young guy an opportunity, because Floyd gave Canelo an opportunity, Pacquiao gave Thurman an opportunity, Pac gave Spence an opportunity, Ali and Foreman. I guess Ali gave Foreman an opportunity because he's Ali and Foreman was the champion though. So Bud can give Vergil and Boots an opportunity. I see what you're saying, but it's not ideal all the time. I'm arguing it says that Canelo fight isn't happening at all, since he already said no many times. Maybe Bud retires. Maybe his plan is to be 154 undisputed, and maybe he has to go through a Vergil. Who knows, man? His career ain't over yet, so we'll see. But I understand your mark and criticism. I think it's valid. I don't. Anyone that's asking Bud to fight Vergil and Boots is not insane. Like, as a fan, I want to see it. So I just it's hard to get a guy who's so established in his career, who wants something, and he's done a lot in the sport. You know what I mean? Might not mirror certain guys like Floyd beating Canelo, but how many people first off become undisputed multi-division world champion, and then let alone go on and take the next generational talent, few and little, and become successful. So it was crazy to me that Ennis team demanded Vergil to go down in weight, consider Vergil can't do it anymore medical wise. Yeah, I mean, if it's true that Ennis's team, based off Dan Raphael's sources and what he said in here, then yeah, that's nasty work personally. Norman's nowhere near being ready to face Boots. Boots is really good. Kieran's grossly underrated. Norman and Boots have sparred each other. I know a little bit of the lowdown, but this is sparring. Kieran is grossly underrated. Let's see if these young guys face Kieran or Flair. Tough guys. And yeah, we'll see. Kieran was a mandatory. I'll be 100% with you. Boots would never fight Kieran if he was never a mandatory, especially a second time. So maybe if Kieran can build himself as a WBO mandatory, but no one's volunteering. I'm putting their hands up to fight Kieran. So Mark says if Boots beats Ortiz, it would position him better for Bud if he really wants that. Yeah, I mean, it'll put him in the WBC interim opportunity, and eventually, maybe they can strike a position where he can fight Fedor. I don't know. It's definitely putting him there. Everyone wants a marquee major fight with poor resume. Build a resume, generate interest. Who has Norman and Schofield fought? Well, the difference between Schofield and Norman is a champion by any means. If you want to be unified undisputed, you have an opportunity to fight other marquee names in the division. Schofield is highly ranked in the WBA, not the WBC, which Shakur is. So, but Shakur can't get an opponent to save his life. So, at the end of the day, that's an opportunity for Schofield to jump in and get a fight because unfortunately Shakur just can't drive people in his division to want to run to him for a fight. So he's somewhat desperate to get an opponent, and that's not Shakur's fault as a fighter, but he doesn't draw enough attention where everyone desperately wants to fight him. Like Tank, he's a tough opponent, and then unfortunately no one wants to fight him. So who does he fight if he doesn't fight Floyd Schofield? He will get criticized even more and more and more. The later the ladder goes, you can't get anybody. So Norman is a champion. So as a champion, you're a champion. You know what I mean? You get to fight other champions, and people can move up and weight and challenge you. You can get, Teofimo Lopez could be like top rank. I'm the WBO champion. I want to move up. I want to activate super mandatory status, and I want to be like fighting for Brian Norman. And there you go. Brian Norman gets a Teofimo Lopez fight. So former a champion below fights a champion above. So that's how it works. And it's not ideal as boxing fans, but just being a realist, like that's just how this stuff works. So, but like I said, there's 2 more comments, and I would prefer Crawford's Canelo over Boots fight, but like I said, that fight doesn't seem like it's happening because Canelo doesn't want it. Yeah, I get what you're saying. You're being realistic. If Canelo doesn't want it, then go fight Boots. But Boots is, a guy that doesn't probably generate interest for Bud. You know what I mean? Like, Boots probably a year ago would have been more beneficial for Bud in the name of what you're saying than now. Boots fighting Bud now doesn't really help Bud's case because Boots looked like shit his last 2 performances. So now the allure is gone. Now he's not Mr. I'll fight anybody if given an opportunity, right? So he's like, hold on, let me think if I want to go 154, 147. So the whole boogeyman thing of him fighting Bud, a lot of people have already turned off. Like, people don't even want to talk about Bud and Boots anymore. A year ago it would have been great. Now it's not as great, and I'm not putting a roadblock saying that things can't happen. It's just, it is what it is. No one's really as excited as they were. Who did they fight to deserve fighting special fighters? Timing, luck, opportunity, good placement. Sometimes boxing is just luck. Right time, right place. What about Teo versus Norman? Yeah, that could possibly happen. Guy that beat Tim Tszyu versus Ortiz yeah, but it gotta make sense. You can't just be throwing out Bakram. Like, Bakram versus Ortiz is a hardcore boxing fan fight. They fought in this tiny arena in Florida where literally it holds little to nobody. So Boots was able to sell out the Wells Fargo. Vergil Ortiz has a good fan base. It has a mixed market. Mexican versus an African American. So it's just a lot. I'm not saying that Bakram doesn't have a country like Russia, but it's just by the years of the build up, Bakram does not have nowhere near that, and he knows that too. So he's just now on the scene. He's defending his title. He had a great win against Tim Tszyu. So he's one of those guys that unfortunately he's gonna have to go through the tough road, and we'll see who fights him. I heard the WBO mandated Barboza and Catterall as a final limiter. Yes, they did. Who do I have? That's tricky. Catterall has the better resume, right? He's allegedly, in many people's eyes, thought he beat Josh Taylor. I'll probably lean to Catterall. I wouldn't count Barboza out, but Barboza, prior to beating Ramirez, he looked like shit against that Irish fighter on the Devin Haney Ryan Garcia card. I thought he lost the fight. So I have to favor Catterall. Catterall was able to drop Regis. Regis praised him. I'm gonna give it to Catterall. Catterall just been looking like the more consistent, better fighter across the career. Now it was a good win Barboza did against Ramirez. So we'll see. That's a good fight. And Teo unfortunately needs to fight somebody of that. So Khan, also, what do you think Cormel overweight situation man was eating? Yeah, that's unfortunate. I know he's young. I'm not going to bash a super young kid. But I'm also not going to not hold him to a certain status, right? He's this kid. From my understanding, he's fluctuated from, he's had fights, I think, 135 or even, 1 up to 140-ish before. So I think he's trying to figure out his weight class. They moved him down to 130, even though he fought at like a higher weight. So it's strange that he went down he committed to a fight so much lower than he previously fought. Let me see. I'll pull up BoxRec so I can. But at the same time, you know, he's like an 18-time national champion. He's been making weight since he was a kid. Like, it's very strange that he came out and he was like, well, the blood work was lost allegedly, so I didn't think the fight was going to go through, so I wasn't going to make weight. But when you come in that fight week, I don't know his body, but you shouldn't really be coming in that. See, like, his last fight was at 140. So, like, he came at 139 and a half. So, to go from that to 130, you see how his weight is kind of like went from here to here. So, I don't know. Maybe it's not the perfect weight class for him. He is 18, you know. Hopefully he learns from it. I'm all okay with fighters making a mistake and then learning from it. And then, you know, it's better to learn it from here than like a big world championship fight where he's fighting for unification. So, but it was ugly because you're Cormel Moten, one of the most hyped fighters coming up in boxing. You have like when Tank and Devin and Shakur, all those guys, that type of tension coming up. So this is not what you need to have early on. But, you know, it is what it is. You know, we have an interview with Danny Garcia, who was the promoter of it. Definitely check it out. Kevin Garcia went out. Shout out to Kevin. He went out to Philly. And he went and tried to get some of the truth for the whole missing weight. So if you didn't get a chance to watch that con, definitely watch it. And, you know, he gives his insight. Very diplomatic, I'll tell you. He gave Cormel a lot of benefit of doubt. And didn't really blame or push him. It was just a very... you know, very honest and very, you know, it was nice of Danny. Danny didn't bash him. He kind of said it was like some miscommunication, probably what happened. So, thought bro was supposed to be a boogeyman. Yeah, you know, it's Vergil is looking like the boogeyman right now. I can't lie. Julio Chavez fought everyone, all comers. Tito Trinidad fought various fighters tough like Yori Boy Campos. These guys built resumes, developed fan bases, maintained it. The one thing I can say about Julio Chavez, which is kind of unfair, right, is that Julio was built up and fought on a lot of Mike Tyson cards, if I'm not mistaken. So, like, you get an opportunity to fight on consistent Mike Tyson cards is already going to help you out, right? Some fighters just don't have that type of luxury and opportunity to be on such a big, iconic name card. Canelo got to fight on, I think, like Floyd stuff or got to get tied. Like, some fighters are built and have that type of stuff. Tito Trinidad, yeah, Tito had like a very solid, you know, consistent thing going on. So, you know, I'll give Tito that. But, you know, we're just in a different era. You know, there was like only a couple promoters back then. So, and the fighters you heard back then were the fighters that were like the guys. Now, because there's so many different networks and so many promotions and so many different things. Now there's like 15 new up and coming must watch prospects when versus back then was probably like 4. So you watched the 4 and then they delivered and there we go. It was simple. But now there's like 15, 16, 17. Like we just saw Ashton Silva get cooked. Ashton Silva was supposed to fight Floyd Schofield on the Mike Tyson card. And unfortunately, Lucas Baldi knocked that off. So maybe we get Kid Austin versus Lucas Baldi. So man, I gotta blow my nose. I'm getting ready. Yeah, Barboza mentioned it on the fight against the Irish guy that he hasn't been fighting southpaws a lot, so I'm not surprised by your choice. If he struggles with him now, he would be against an elite. Yeah, we'll see. You know, I would just favor Catterall. I think it's a good fight, Khan. So I'm actually happy that was a fight that was put together. It's definitely a very good mandatory fight. But, you know, the guy who's more consistent and the guy that many people feel should be undisputed already, beating Josh Taylor, you know, Catterall. So, southpaw level, yeah. These guys not getting the casual fan base. They don't fight enough. They don't fight enough, and they don't promote themselves. You know, they don't promote themselves, and ultimately, like, there's more than just signing to a promoter and taking certain fights. You got to be able to resonate and create. With the social media age, there's guys that have done a really great job and don't necessarily have the resume, but they have the fan base, you know. So how's Vergil the boogeyman to Boots when he's a division above? It's just the perception that fans are saying. The fans are saying that there is an opportunity for Boots to fight Vergil Ortiz at 154 after speaking on the idea of potentially, 154 might be a place where I'd probably be better. Now, I know that he's never stated that he's going to 154 and all that type of stuff, but how the fans are viewing this situation of saying, look, do you want to fight Vergil or not? All right. And if he doesn't fight Vergil off this circumstance, right, they're going to call him essentially the boogeyman in his whole entire ecosystem of fighters around his weight class. Like, they were both 147 pounders. This is a fight that we wanted to see. So that's what I meant. It doesn't matter if he's a division above or whatnot. It's just the fact that this situation occurred. You can't duck someone that's not in your division. I don't understand the whole not in your division. It's simply the fact that there is two guys who are relatively close in a weight class, and there's an actual proposed fight being negotiated. All right. So if Jaron could come out and clear the air why that fight is not being made, when his dad goes out, when his dad goes out and said, hey, we sent an offer and they turned the fight down. And Rick over here is saying, that's not true, that didn't happen. Well, if Bozy say they wanted to make the fight, now we're in talks of, okay, we can kind of assess this whole entire... But if they were never in talks and none of this was ever like proposed, then yes, I agree with you. But these two guys have been linked to multiple different type of scenarios where Jaron Ennis' dad has been on record, Eddie Hearn's been on record, and now Boots unfortunately is in a position where he has to address this situation where the fans are going to now label him a duck or not, which is D.O. That's where you're saying stop blaming Hearn when you know Boots is the duck. At the end of the day, Boots has to make the final decision on this whole entire situation, but Hearn is the one that kind of could have shut this down. Like, how do you not be able to know what your fighter wants to do? You kind of put your fighter in a position where he's in a public it's kind of a public negotiation now, right? Because they're negotiating at what weight the fight has to happen. So now you have this fight in a public negotiation where now you're kind of like supposed to be the mouthpiece that Boots kind of rather had you do, because Boots don't talk. He doesn't do this type of stuff, right? So now he's forced to put himself in a position where he has to say it has to come from me and only me, because he can't rely on other people delivering the message, which he doesn't even know exactly what he wants. Because if he knows what he wants, he would have just addressed it here, or you know what I mean? So let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. This whole how could it be a division above us? Like, come on, you know what's going on in the world of boxing. Let's not do this whole thing. I'm not specifically sitting here saying that Boots himself as a fighter is a duck, but this whole entire situation has now officially got Boots fans turned off about him as a fighter. There's fans that are very disappointed in looking at it because this guy who allegedly couldn't get a fight to save his life, that's marquee and notable, is now ideally... And listen, Boots is big as fuck. I don't care what nobody says, bro. I've been around Jaron Ennis. I brought my girl... Listen, I'll tell you a story. My girl has met Terrence Crawford multiple times. I brought my girl. We went out to Philly. She met Boots. She comes back, and she's looking at like after she met Terrence, and then after she met Boots, and she's like, "How the fuck do people want to see this guy fight that guy? They're in the same weight class. Ain't no way. Boots is big. Let's keep it a buck. Going to 154, and Vergil started his career at 140, a big 140 pounder. Also went to 147, 154. They're big guys. They're big guys. Come on, let's not do this. Let's not do that. And we also know that Eddie has done a lot of silly stuff in the past. Okay, Eddie's known for negotiating behind fighters' back, like. You're doing all this at the same time of also announcing to the world that you're trying to work out a counter Ben and Mario Barrios fight when Boots should probably be brought up in this situation. I don't know, man. say what you want. I can't blame Eddie. Eddie could have just not even why do I even need to know about this information? Why did Eddie need to even talk about this? Even if somebody asked him, he could have just completely dismissed it. Why does Eddie have to reveal the world about this information while this stuff is going on? This would help Boots' case more, saying, hey, I'm trying to make a fight with Mario Barnes. Yeah, right. You're trying to make a fight of the winner of this fight. So, I'm saying like this, Eddie's supposed to help prevent situations like this. He's now relying Boots to make his own decision now at this position. So, and now Boots has to make the decision, which many people feel if you don't fight Vergil, you're a duck to their eyes. Yeah, I believe when Boots was having inactivity periods during his Showtime days, his skill took a toll and result. Now he's back and he hasn't been sharp and he's more hittable. So it's only a matter of time before someone will take him out. And maybe if Boots was transparent and talked about, hey, I need a little bit more time, I think fans would be a little bit more generous. If he was, you might have to throw Eddie underneath the bus a little bit and kind of saying like, look, I didn't know any of the shit that Eddie was doing and it sounds good. And I know as a promoter, he was trying to give me the best offer and best deals. But we didn't really talk about this, and because of this, I need to come full circle and tell you guys, like, this is what my plan and this is what I want. Because I respect Vergil as an opponent. I think he's a great fighter. I'm not saying that I don't think I can't beat him. It's just the fact that, you guys don't understand how boxing works. I can't just go from this, and that. Vergil's been there 3 fights, acclimated, tough guy. This is a great fight for my career and his. It's just, we're not in the same division as someone say, so how can I duck a guy above? I need to get in that division. I need to work things out. So, matter of time before someone would take him out. Yeah. Boots will get the most money for Ortiz with Turkey and will make him star wants to be, if he wins, just bad for him. I think this is the dynamics, too, that makes people feel like Boots is ducking. It's like, this is your best opponent that'll give you the most attention, best credible win with the what many people speculate, I can't actually say it's true, the most money you'll ever make, right? With a guy that's relatively your size. So Boots also seems to be more comfortable training others in the dungeon than working on perfecting his craft. No, I think what you're seeing is Boots. I think what we saw in the first fight was inactivity, and I think in this fight he might have maybe underestimated Karen. And maybe there's certain things in his camp that need to be tightened up. He relies too much on his athleticism. This corner work with Bozy wasn't great. And really, at the end of the day, he got tired in the last 2 rounds. Say what you want, he did. He got tired. He looked tired. So, something in his camp didn't look good. Didn't work out. You can visibly see him tired, So, and he also said that he made 147 comfortable, so he never blamed the weight either. I have a footage of him literally saying that he does not blame the weight. He felt good.
Power, was it you making weight? Can you talk about just the idea of moving to 54?
I about to say I felt good, but like I said, I'm getting older and I'm 27, I'll be 28 next year. So I don't know, we'll see. We're gonna talk to the team and see what we're gonna do. I about to say I made weight easy. I was comfortable. But we'll see.
So he's just kind of flirting idea, like he's like I'm made weight. That was cool, but I am getting older, so maybe 154 might be a move. But he never talked about struggling. So at the end of the day, they both walk around 180, just fill out differently. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, Boots is big, bro. Like I said, my girl can just tell you, as in comparison to the size that Crawford and Boots, as walk around weight. She's seen them both. You can be in a position to fight, but not ready to fight because of several things. Personal issues, we don't know his team. There is more. Yeah, and there's a lot, right? I mean, at the cusp, some people say it's a quick turnaround fight. He's been active, you know what I mean? Things of that. But at the end of the day, when you're in a position like this, you should have been kind of speaking out. He claims that he didn't know about it. He just found out, which is very strange. You need to kind of get your shit in order and know what's going on in your career and what reporters are saying out there. You can't be living in La La Land. But there should be no also reason that he doesn't know that Eddie. How come Eddie knows but he doesn't know? Like, it's just hard for me to believe, that someone over on that side is not fucking up. Maybe Eddie's starting to be fed up with Boots for not taking the fight and being indecisive, putting him in a bad. And maybe Mark, Right now he did put him in ultimatum. You know, we haven't interviewed Eddie, but there's interviews out there. What I think Boxing News or IFL or one of them, you know, covering the Sonny Edwards in your 5 fight. You know, they were like, he's like, it's on Boots. You know, he has to make a decision if he wants to stay at 147, 154, and he hasn't. So it has to be on him. Undisputed Champ says Boots has been ducking Ortiz for years since 147. I just don't think it was the right time. You know, I don't think signing exclusively to Showtime and one fight in DAZN. I mean, they're both now on the same network, so now it makes sense. So, and they're bigger, more money's behind them. Turkey's involved, so this was a legacy type fight for Boots. Boots and Vergil names been joined at the hip since they were made. Yeah, absolutely. This was the next second coming of the next big 2 guys. So you ain't wrong. So they have to see each other, you know. So that's why it's, as fan base is looking, Vergil is like, I accept terms at 154. You know, fans are like, well, I mean, the other backlash, which I haven't seen, is people could have been like, Vergil, why don't you go to 147? You should fight him. Don't. The reason why that hasn't happened with Vergil is because Vergil had rhabdo and almost got really sick and almost what people felt died at 147. So it's people understand the reasoning why that fight didn't materialize at the 147. It has to be at 154, you know. So, but at the end of the day, Boots has never fought at 154. Vergil is at 154. So it sucks because if they were in the same weight class, this would be extremely egregious. But you have to give Boots a tiny bit of credence, because if it's all true on his end, it is a wild statement to find out that there's a fight with you for Vergil at 154. You know. But he ain't going to lose his belt. But maybe he does. But that's another thing too. You know, maybe IBF says you go to 154, you're going to lose your belt. I don't know. Like, these sanctioned bodies move weird as shit too. So, you know, really at the end of the day, it's for Boots to kind of explain and tell us at this point. So he says, don't listen to anyone but him. So that means no Eddie, no Bozy. So the clock is ticking. It's on your time. We got to wait, Jaron. Sorry, my camera just died. I'm letting it cool off. So I'm gonna read. I know I was literally like, yo, I'm gonna get off in like 40 minutes ago, but you guys still wanted to chat, so I stayed on. I appreciate you guys rocking on a Sunday. I know it's like an NFL day, so it's hard for me to get off. You guys want to keep on engaging. I also had a theory that perhaps Boots' team realized that they're gonna make a good purse at 54. So they try to make Ortiz go down so they can get their share. Let me see. I also had a theory perhaps Boots' team realized they weren't going to make a good purse at 154, so they try to make Ortiz. Why would they, oh, you're saying, I don't know, like, you're saying, like, they're trying to set Vergil up to 147? Because that's what the perception people feel like. They're like, why are you trying to bring Vergil down to 147? You know? I don't know. I agree, need just to make appearances and explain why not ready. Or just come out like a G and be like, bitch, I'm ready. What the fuck y'all talking about? Yo, the way that you could also look at this, it's gonna be like, whoa. Don't believe what they're saying. If I'm only listening, if I will be addressing, if I'm at 147, 54. So if he came out like, listen, I had to get the facts straight. I'll fight Vergil at 154. Who knows, man? Maybe this is his precautionary thing. It's like, hold on, let me just throw something out. Let me figure out what's going on. And if he comes out like tomorrow, 2 days, that it's going to be at 154, boy, this whole live, fuck this live. You could delete the live. It don't even matter, right? You can talk about the fight. Xander's eyes making Boots look bad, yeah. You know, but the only thing about the Xander thing is that he's actually a 154 pounder, so it's like, it's a no-brainer. But I get what you're saying. The fact that he's just jumping in, like, duh, let me get the fight. So, what about Ortiz versus Charlo? Why not talk about that? Because Charlo is like still semi-retired. I don't know what's going on with Charlo. That's not even realistic. Charlo's PBC and Ortiz is with Golden Boy. So it's cross promotion. Boots and Vergil on the same network in DAZN, so that's why. And with Boots is going to make another homecoming for the 385th time for the rest of his career. I hope not. Maybe you don't want to take a risk right now, and maybe you don't. You know, maybe his goal was 147. But just give us an answer at this point. Like, I know I've been extremely critical in this whole situation on Eddie and Boots. You know what I mean? I kind of split the damage on both. You know, I just don't want to just drop it on Boots. But, you know, just let us know. Let us move on. It is what it is. If you guys meet or come across again, you know, someone's definitely going to be bringing this up. And it's going to be a very ugly press conference. But, you know, I just know that Boots' allure of being the guy that made Spence and Bud shivering their boots is not echoing it. And I think that's what I think a lot of people was upset. Is Boots an outstanding fighter, or has he benefited from his size against smaller guys? Potentially. That's why people kind of want to see him go up to 154 and fight a guy that many people feel is his size. Vergil is big. Is big. That's why Vergil couldn't even stay at 147. So, Khan says, like, what I mean is, if Boots fights Ortiz at 54, is he not going to make the purse that he wants? Hence, he's the champ at 147. He's trying to use the tactics to earn more. Hence, dragging Vergil down. No, I don't think it matters. That's why I don't want to be like that guy, but like, that belt don't matter in this fight. Turkey don't care about that belt. I mean, he wants to make the fight. He'll throw some money for the fight. So, $10 super chat, Mark. I appreciate it. I'm gonna throw that $10 when I go out to the Barclays Center on Tuesday for Tank and Lamont. So, appreciate you helping footing the travel. So, I will definitely be there. And yeah, that $10 is definitely gonna contribute. So, appreciate it. Like I said, all the super chats, they just get reinvested in me just getting content. You know what I mean? So, you guys are the best. So I appreciate you, Mark, for being here and rocking. You know what I mean? Undisputed Champion says Boots don't want Turkey to Jared Anderson him. I saw someone put Jared Anderson 2.0 but it was for Xander. So I don't think like the Jared Anderson and Martin Bacoli fight, I think, was a huge step up though. I think Boots and Vergil are like, you know, they're kind of around the same. Ortiz said that Ortiz can no longer fight at 54. What do you mean? There was an interview with Robert Ortiz that Ortiz can't even fight at 154. Stop. Tell me when and where, Maxim. I don't recall hearing that. I don't recall. Since when? Since when he can't make 154? Really? I don't believe it. That might be a misunderstanding. Johnny Boy Boxing. Yo, everyone real quick. Shout out to Johnny Boy. Johnny, are you going to be at Barclays Tuesday? I guess. Actually, I don't know. I guess I should be asking BT. But real quick, everyone, Johnny Boy Boxing does interviews on FightHype. So say what up. Show Johnny Boy some love. He was at the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul. He just interviewed Jermaine Ortiz, which I saw Floyd Schofield shouted you out for that interview, essentially, for Jermaine saying that Floyd Schofield will be able to have an opportunity. So I don't know if you saw it on Instagram. So, but anyway, Xander Zayas beats damaged Vergil Ortiz after his last performance being dropped by 3 times. Vergil is 90% of himself. Damn. I mean, I like the fight. They're both highly ranked, so why not make it happen, right? So, I do have an email, Attorney Bailey. Actually, do you have Twitter? I gotta put my info out. Let's see. Actually, let me go over here before I start putting some passwords and shit. I do have a couple emails. I can put my one specific email. Yeah, you can use this email, Attorney Bailey. Could a extended decision negotiating during Thanksgiving felt like Vergil took Zayas immediately? There was no more time to decide. I mean, they could have, but, you know, obviously they want the February 22nd card. So that's, I just think whatever Boots is doing, like, they just need to be transparent. They just need to just explain what's going on and what they need. And because of that, they're being perceived as a duck. And I think it's fair. I think whatever criticism that's going on from Eddie and Boots is valid. Like, as much as you want to give the benefit of the doubt, the criticism's there. It's a public opinion. And, yeah, so you can send that, over there. $10 super chat, my boy Johnny. Yeah, I'll be there with you, bro. Let's get it. Yeah, yo, I'm hyped for the Tank. I'm excited to go to see the Tank press conference and Lamont Roach. Like I said, I just interviewed Lamont. The interview will be dropping tomorrow, and then yeah, I'll go out. I just left the turkey giveaway that Tank did, very generous. Definitely, you guys got to check that video out. That was very cool of Tank and Calvin and Coach Kenny. Very, very. It felt very wholesome when I went out to Baltimore. They were very giving back. Like, you got to take your hat off of stuff like that, you know. Calvin's good people. Kenny's good people. I appreciate them for just blessing me to be able to document and just show the world their good give back. You know what I mean? Especially around the holidays and stuff like that, you know. So, what up, Southpaw? What's up, my guy? Let's talk about Boots getting booed in his own city. Let's go, Kid Austin 100. Yeah, he did. He did get some criticism. I already know that Philly's going to be torn on this, right? And I know Philly's going to support Boots. But, you know what I mean? They fight fans, man. They gonna be like, yo, what's going on, man? Yo, so you ain't going to fight at 154, man? You ain't going to take this Vergil Ortiz fight, right? Yeah, so I'm sure you probably feel the same way about the whole situation. I can see Tank bringing some raid bug spread press conference on Thursday and give Lamont some roast jokes. Yo, it's going to be funny. Like, Lamont told me, like, he's expecting, a good press conference of them going back and forth. And, Lamont actually gives Tank, like, the interview is good. Like, Lamont gives Tank a lot of props. He legitimately said he's a fan of Tank, Like, granted, he's going to fight, but when he's not fighting him, he's, watching and supporting and stuff like that. So I really think, like, Tank and Lamont's just like, let's just fight. Let's make some money. We had some good amateur fights. I don't think people give you credit, Lamont. So I'm going to give you credit. We're going to fight on the big stage, regardless of what people think. So, and let's make this a DMV Baltimore thing, and let's make some money. So, but yeah, Johnny Boy, I'll be there with you, bro. Let's get it, man. I appreciate the super chat, man. That's going to be some coffee and some food when I'm up there. So let's link up. Let's cover it. Let's do it. And, let's get some good coverage of the press conference, man. That Turkey February card is going to be stacked. Is it in the U.S. or Saudi? It's going to be in Saudi. Yeah. Ortiz was dropped twice. Yeah. I mean, I thought Boychuk edged the fight when I was there. So it was a good fight, Southpaw says, if it walks like a duck, where's there's smoke, there's fire. Yeah, the criticism is valid. I agree with you, man. It's valid criticism. You know what I mean? I didn't even look at the poll. There's about 513. 65% says 65% said yes, it was a duck. 24% said it was no. And then 11% said it was a big misunderstanding. So even if you add big misunderstanding and no together, yes, it's still more. So the public has spoken, man. They say this is ugly. This is ugly, nasty work, as my boy Najee said. I don't like this thing. Nasty work. So I'll wait until all the facts come out from both sides. There's two sides to every story. Boots got to address this soon. He do. And he decided to go out and say, I will address it later. Okay. Well, we were hoping you would address it. Lamont Roach was twerking on TikTok last year. Whoa, hold on. Oh, man. That's wild. Yo, I wish you would go to some of these press conferences, man. I think you would get it lit. You should definitely consider covering like an event or something. Just my 2 cents, man. I think you can get some good content. Casanova Pugilist 147. Boots is not a duck until his side tells what happened, then make a decision. I mean, I think he was just better off just not even saying nothing. Like this, I didn't really understand what this thing said. He just pretty much said, "Don't listen to my dad. Don't listen to my promoter. Just listen to me." Okay, all right. So don't listen to anyone in your team, just you. All right. Well, what do you want to tell us? I don't have an answer. Okay. Well, that really didn't do much. So I'm gonna use your poll in my video tomorrow. Go ahead. Feel free. You know what I mean? That's what they said. And I gave the benefit of the doubt because could be a big misunderstanding, right? I wanted to put that in the poll just so that people can have a feel, like a on the fence kind of perspective, so that it's not just hard yes or hard no. They could be like, look, I want to be neutral. I want to be fair. I really don't know. It could just be a big misunderstanding, and that answer's there, and a lot of people still feel it's a yes. So, and we have a diverse fan base, so it's not anything I think is unfair to put those 3 questions out there. Crawford needs some motion. Man, Crawford's the man right now. Crawford's the man. That man went in 4 divisions, became undisputed. He fought the guys that said, okay, you know, yada, yada, yada. You know what I mean? And, yeah, he's doing his thing. Like, I still don't understand Crawford criticism. I understand back then when they were like, hey, business moves, you should have signed with PBC and this and that. And, you know, you're fighting unmarkable guys and yada, yada, and things like that. But when you really look at it, at the end of the day, like, Terrence has been extremely consistent. He's been consistent. This guy has shown very multiple different dimensions. He's stepped up. Like, he was a guy that started his career at 135 and went to 154. How about this? Because people are so, like, harsh on Madrimov. It's like, dude, like, to be honest, someone mentioned, like, hey, you know, sometimes an older guy has to give a younger guy an opportunity. Like, Madrimov might be that guy. Like, let's see what Madrimov does against Boyacek. Like, the guy that Vergil just fought, what if Madrimov just steps on Boyacek? You don't think that's going to make Crawford's win look so much better? Let's just see how it looks. You know what I mean? But right now, if you point at any active 135 pounder that went up and captured title from 135, undisputed 140, undisputed at 147, fought Earl Spence, solid, easy, went to 154 and took a belt from, you know, a great amateur fighter. Like, I don't really understand. Like, we can't even, like, at a certain point, certain criticism just can't exist with certain fighters. You know what I mean? You just kind of, like, have to just be like, I wish this guy would have fought him. I wish. You know what I mean? But come on, dude. Like, if I pull up a list of how many 4-division world champions are out there, it's slim. It's slim. Like, it's slim. So, but I don't, you know, I'm just reading that. I don't know where it went. I just went on a whole little defense rant. Yeah, even if there's a miscommunication in reality, is that the way that news came out, the public perception sees you already done for. I just don't know along the line, like, why did he not know what was going on? Why did he not, like, address the things accordingly? Like, why didn't Eddie call Boots? Like, this is a fail on Eddie and a fail on Jaron. Regardless of what you want to say, it's a fail. It's a fail. If this was never supposed to happen, like, let's say Boots was never entertained idea 154, then the talk should have never happened. Eddie should have never been talking about this. Eric Gomez, Golden Boy's president, on Dan Raphael's, like, podcast, talked about this and was like it's incredible that there's so much information out there. Even the term sheet, right? Where is it? I know I keep bringing it up. The term sheet. Where is it? There we go. The couple people that's coming in here like last minute before I go. I keep having to highlight this for everyone, right? So this is from Dan Raphael's Substack, right? So you can find it on his Twitter. In here it says, when Queensberry Promotion, the official promoter of the card, sent over a brief term sheet for signatures to Ortiz promoter Golden Boy, and all was in order except for the identifying the bout as being for Ennis 147-pound world title, a source with knowledge of paperwork told Fight Freaks Unite. When that was flagged, Ortiz's camp told that was Ennis's team at Matchroom Boxing had said that the weight to include on the term sheet was the source said. How is this information out there? And nobody is, like, I still don't understand. Like, how is this not highlighted? Like, this is really probably the most damaging part of all of this. The fact that the official promoter of the card, which is Frank Warren, had to send over a term sheet. It wasn't Matchroom. It was term sheet. So that's where Eddie's like, oh, we just got an offer, you know, so we just had a... Well, that had to been worked out on what weight by what they said was Ennis's team at Matchroom. So Ennis's team at Matchroom. So it doesn't even say Ennis's team. It says at Matchroom Boxing. So Matchroom Boxing. So it pretty much says Matchroom Boxing told Queensberry, which makes sense. They have a good relation with Frank Warren now, to put 147 in that term sheet to send over to Ortiz. Come on, man. This is easy. This is light work right here. The only thing that would set this back is Dan Raphael is a huge liar or his source is trash. But come on, Dan has been doing this for a while, man. Dan's sources don't be like donkey shit, like, you know what I mean? But guess what? We got a lot of people we can talk to now, right? These are the people that need to be interviewed. Obviously, Jaron and his team. Eddie needs to be talked about on this, right? Golden Boy, Eric Gomez. Maybe look. Maybe I'll go on and find. Maybe I'll do some Golden Boy interviews, man. Maybe I'll ring, right? You know, figure out what that is. You know, someone needs to interview Frank Warren, Queensberry. You know, Turkey Island. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people we can talk to. So someone's gonna sprinkle out a little bit of what went wrong here. So we'll find out. The man was already probably with his family celebrating Thanksgiving the entire time. Were y'all thinking about work this whole Thanksgiving? Absolutely. I'm always working, dude. The day before I was working. The day of, I was working. Look at that.
I said, what? So
We
last night it was a challenge.
Coach Calvin and Coach Kenny were out here feeding Baltimore.
Like, I mean, granted. Yo, hey, if you went to the gym and see what
Come on, man. We always working. But no, I get what you're saying, you know? And that could have been a fault on Eddie and like not communicating. Like, come on, these guys got to communicate. Like, there should be no reason why you're promoter and a fighter at this disconnected. Like, I'm sorry. So the PR side for Boots right now is California Fire Range Motor. It is. Point well made about Crawford criticism. Yeah, it's at a point where it's like it was good a couple years ago, but now it's like, all right, for the ones that just got it wrong, just eat crow, move on. That's it. You know, the Spence Crawford stuff, you know, it was a great 50-50 fight. Some people got it right, some people got it wrong. It's boxing. People are entitled to opinion. But, you know, Crawford has kind of already stamped and cemented his legacy by going to the 154 and just, you know, he essentially gave Fedor a voluntary. He should be technically next in line to fight Fedor. So, yeah, by the rights, you are supposed to know about your next move as a fighter, your purse bid, and all related talk. So the fact that Boots is acting oblivious about this is diabolical to me. And he doesn't lose his belt. Like, he's not going to lose his belt. He just did his mandatory at the IBF. Like, he just completed it. So it just gets very confusing when you know all these little tidbits of how boxing works, and then you're like, well, then what is holding you up? Well, let's find out. If Boots was very honest and transparent, I would respect him. If he just comes out and just tells it how it is, then I'll respect it. I'm not going to knock a man for just being honest, you know what I mean? But just don't really hide behind the games and kind of, if you are clueless and you are oblivious, then literally like double down, and then it might get ugly if he points at Eddie and says, this is Eddie's fault. I didn't know about this. He was doing this behind my back. Then things will get really interesting, and we'll start to see the workings of Eddie Hearn. But then we'll get to see how Eddie Hearn feels. He might point the finger, be like, no, you did know about it. You were the one that did this, and blah, 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 blah. But Eddie came out and said he didn't put 147 in the term sheet. See, this is why it's all fucking stupid. And it's like, I don't know what to believe on their side. Eddie recently's like, we're doing some negotiation on it. And then next minute, he's like, well, we just got a paper that said 147. And so, like, we just sent over, and that's just what it is. And then they sent it back, like, well, we don't want to do 147. So then I came to Jaron and was like, well, what do you want to do? 147? You want to stay 147? You want to do 154? And he's like, well, I don't know what I want to do. That's what Eddie said. That just sounds stupid to me. I'm sorry. But that's boxing, man. Eddie put it all on Jaron. So he said, Jaron, what do you want to do? So we got to wait for Jaron. The only male 4-division champ, two-time undisputed, is Inoue. The only other male 4-division champ, 2 times is Inoue. Bud needs respect. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, those are the only 2 male undisputed. No. Mark Usyk. Don't do that, Mark. Don't forget about Usyk. Don't do that. But I know what you mean. Like, did 3-time cheat Alvarez duck David Benavidez? The double standards to black fighters is crazy. I think here's the thing. If we're talking about Boots and Canelo, like, I think it's very disingenuous to go about that, right? Yes, I do feel like David Benavidez, who was his mandatory multiple times, should have gotten an opportunity versus Canelo. Did Canelo jump for the WBC immediately right after Benavidez didn't have his belt, yes. But David Benavidez is a tough fight for Canelo. Canelo knows that. And Canelo's definitely accomplished a lot in boxing, to at least at a point where you're like, all right, he's moving a certain way, but he's done stuff in the sport. Like, Boots hasn't done anything in the sport to compare to Canelo. I feel like that's very disingenuous to compare Boots and Canelo, if that's what you mean. If you feel like there's a double standard when it comes to, like, Crawford and Canelo and the criticism that Canelo gets and David, I mean, I could see what you're saying and mirroring. But if we're talking about Boots and Canelo, we can't do that. I think that has nothing to do with race right there. I think that just has to do with Boots hasn't had an opportunity to like he claims he never had an opportunity to fight a guy that people want to see him fight. He claims he didn't get an opportunity. Canelo has at least fought guys, regardless if he felt like he won or lost against Laura or Triple G, or if he had the Clan Buter or whatever the case. At least he got in the ring and done those things. Boots hasn't actually done that yet. This Vergil fight is literally his Mayweather-Corrales fight, what many people feel is 50-50. So that's the difference. So there is going to be criticism when a guy who legitimately never won a title from an actual defending champion. Vergil is a guy that people feel like is a good fight. So regardless of Boots is holding the title or not, he won that vacant. Regardless if you say, oh, it's because, Crawford didn't fight him. Crawford got stripped when there was a rematch clause that he had to figure out if he was still going to fight Spence or not. And they didn't allow him to figure that out. They just took it and gave it to Boots. So in my opinion, Boots just hasn't fought anybody in that. So Jermaine, I understand there is double standards in boxing when it comes to race and all. It's always been around. But I'm not going to just keep throwing that around when it just the Boots stuff looks crazy to me. That just has nothing to do with race. The Boots stuff does look crazy. Schofield signed the contract. I think Boots just don't want the fight. I mean, if Schofield signed the fight, that's what's up, man. $2 super chat. I'm sorry, man. I didn't even see this. Boots silence. Southpaw, man. Thanks for always showing love, man. I appreciate you, And just keep doing your thing, man. 100K is going to be on your way. Boots silence shows he's scared. He's from Philly. Man, look. I'll tell you this, and this is from my opinion. If you can actually get Southpaw to actually be proven wrong, like, this is my thing. Southpaw has a very strong opinion. Everyone's entitled to have an opinion, but he doesn't hold his tongue. If you can actually disprove Southpaw wrong by actually going in the ring, fighting a guy, and actually proving him wrong, he will actually give you all the respect in the world. I know that some people will be like, oh, he's a hater and all. So I'm not getting all into it. I just know as from a fight fan, a fight perspective, that if you actually are a fighter, he will give you your actual genuine respect if you legitimately win. No controversy. So at the end of the day, look, Boots, you fight Vergil and you beat him, he'll give you respect, Take over, everybody. Shakur's not marketable. They gonna have to fight, man. They gonna have to fight. That's a must in boxing, man. Shakur's only marketable as the next poster boy for a Twitter commercial. When it comes to marketability, like Tank is that guy in the division. Like there's no one, not even just that division, just all around. Like just Tank is, there's not a lot of guys that are doing pay-per-views like that. So Usyk's the man. Usyk's ready to punish Fury again. Yeah, it should be a good fight. The heavyweight. So we'll see what Fury does. If Usyk stamps and beats Fury again, like, man, dude, Usyk probably is like the pound for pound guy, and I'm a big Bud supporter, but that's impressive. It's still not too late to take the fight now if he really wants it. Sounds like he's burying time for an excuse. Eddie might not want to throw Boots underneath the bus. Usyk is 2-time undisputed, not 4 division. No, definitely not. But I think someone mentioned something about Inoue, and what I'm saying is, like, someone brought up Inoue as like another man that's 2-time undisputed. I would think Usyk is too. Like, we can't just say Bud, Inoue, and forget Usyk. Like, there's 3 male undisputed 2 divisions, and then there's Clarissa, and then there's only like 1 male that's 8 division. I think Serrano's a female, 8 division. So there's a lot of great accomplishment, So I just want to make sure everyone gets their flowers. Believe the fights are proposed to test interest of the public. That is a recent trend. If his interest is not there and the promoter can get a good sample before money spent, why not back out of fights? I mean, well, what's the reason? Okay. Then it's Philly. Okay, if you were using that, and I'm not saying like you're saying this outside of just making a statement, then that just makes Boots even look worse in this case, than in my opinion. If they would go off that standard, yeah. Bud stops Boots quick. Yeah, I've always favored Bud. You know, it's an experience thing. You know, I think Boots is a very athletic, talented kid, but Bud just has another level of experience. Oh wait, I said anyway, and Bud is 40. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mark. I'm so sorry. I would retract. I misread. All right, I can admit when I'm wrong. You said anyway, Bud is a 4 division and 2 type. You're right. Usyk's not. I'm sorry. I partially read what I wanted to read. I'm sorry. I will retract what I said. You were right. Those are the 2 4 division. You're right. You're right. My bad. I can take back what I was mentioning. You're 100% right. Just a little tired, you know, a little fatigue, tired kicking in. So that's on me, not on you, Mark. You stated facts. Not in his weight. Not in his weight class. What do you mean, Jermaine? The double standards in black fighters is crazy. Okay. So you're saying it's a double standard because Boots is getting criticism on the fact that he's allegedly ducking a guy that's not in his weight, is what you're saying. Meanwhile, Canelo isn't getting criticism because he's ducking David Benavidez, a guy that is in his weight. I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I mean, if we get very specific enough, you can definitely differentiate people's situations. So, but I don't think Canelo does not get criticism. That's where I think I'm kind of confused, Jermaine. I feel like Canelo does get massive criticism for not fighting David Benavidez. So that's why I'm kind of like confused. Like, I don't think, I mean, if you're saying like people are justifying Canelo not fighting David Benavidez, so why can't Boots not justify not fighting this guy who's not even in his weight class? I'm not looking at the simple fact of weight, right? Like, this is what I'm trying to say. It's not about the fact that he's not in his weight class. It's the simple fact that he said that he would go to 154 if he can get a good name. He said that. So because that out of his mouth, we're holding him to what he's saying. If he can get one of these good names at 154, well, this is a good name at 154. And his dad also mentioned that they sent Vergil a contract and they turned it down prior to him fighting Karen. So it's like, this didn't just come out the blue. There has been talks that they have been allegedly be trying to make for Vergil Ortiz for quite some time now. So this isn't just something that just spawned randomly. Like, this was even before this was going on, that they were trying to get Vergil Ortiz to fight. So if you're saying someone's name and saying that you want to make the fight, you're no longer, in my mind, in this, oh, it has to be in the division. You're in this kind of perspective of like a potential fight being made. That's what I'm basing it off, Jermaine. Does that make sense? So in my mind, I just see the goalposts moving per usual. Agreed though. Yeah. So Jermaine, I'm not saying, listen, I'm half black, Jermaine. So I understand like there's the racism side. So I'm not like going against that stuff. I agree. I'm so because I'm trying to be, I don't want to say like objectively, because I think it's corny to be like, oh, I'm trying to be objectively, you know. But I'm just saying like, I'm trying to literally try to be fair in the situation and not like bring like the double standards of race into something where I can completely criticize guys fairly on the decisions of the things that they do or they don't do. And I think what Jaron's public perception and how things look right now isn't looking good because of the things that he did or didn't do, the stuff that his dad has said in interviews, the things that Eddie has said in interviews that now came back. Like, I can't play other people's content on here because, you know, but I promise you, like, if you follow, like, I don't know, I have to promote my Twitter more because I don't really go into Twitter. Like, Twitter's like a hot mess. Like, I don't. Maybe I have to be on Twitter more and actually participate. But like, if like I could show you where Bozy has made these claims that they've turned down fights. So when you start talking about we sent offers and they turned down fights and stuff like that, it's no longer about a division thing with me. It's more about these two individuals of like, oh, you guys gonna fight or what's up? Like, you know what I mean? That so that's where I'm kind of saying I can't use the weight class thing no more because they invited the fight and they never mentioned like, you know, an issue about this type of stuff. And that's probably the problem that they probably should have. They need to be not indecisive and figure out what they want to do. And that's probably the big problem, Jermaine. And, you know, if Boots actually knew what he wanted to do, he would have just said it. But you can see, like, he doesn't really know. He's confused. And he has to make a decision. And unfortunately, the decision has to be made in quite some time. And because if he doesn't make the decision by the time, it defaults to him not fighting Vergil. And if he doesn't fight Vergil, then we already know that this was an opportunity for these two guys to fight. And the holdup was on Boots' side because we know that Vergil was not going to be able to come down to 147. If he came down to 147, yeah, I know, man. They kept me in here, Devin. Or I stopped watching around because you said you were going to be. So I just bounced. You lied to me. Just like Boots lied to his face in the fence. I know. Devin, I tried, bro. I'm not going to lie. I definitely tried to get out. But you know, it's one of those things that people kept coming in. So I give you an honest, sincere apology. But, you know, at the end of the day, man, I appreciate your support. You know what I mean? So I'm really just reiterating everything. I'm reiterating almost everything I'm saying. So Boots won the IBF interim belt from first Karen fight. And it was elevated, Bud vacated. But yeah, Boots hasn't done much warrants himself. Yeah, there's just, you know, it's, you know what it is, man. That's why I don't hold so much on belts. You have to be like certain undisputed. My bad, my camera just got a little hot. I'm gonna let it cool off. Certain belts don't really merit too much for me because it's like it depends on how you got the belt. You know what I mean? So, what up, Balenciaga? Finally, Boots is getting exposed. I've been telling people this. He's a fake champ who wants zero L to make a big check. Boots reminds me of Jamal and Jamel Charlo, aka the Charlo sisters. They keep their fake losses by cherry picks. Yo, I'm recently catching up with the kid Austin. He's the truth. Too soon to fight Shakur, but he's definitely the future. Yeah, I like their approach. You know what I mean? I think unfortunately, like, it's an experience thing. I think Shakur has a lot more experience, so I like to always lean to the more experienced fighter. So, but you never know, right? If Floyd does it, then you know we'll be talking about. We just saw Ryan cook up Devin until the clenbuterol. I mean, you know, he failed his drug test, so now we don't know what to take it. But well, Jamel got the taken earlier by Tony Harrison, now Canelo, but I know what you mean, Balenciaga. I never liked boxing discussion about race. Canelo did fight two young, hungry lions, so I can't compare Boots to Canelo. Look, the thing about Canelo is like this is where like people also forget, like he fought Lara at a time that I was like, what, dude, you're stupid. Why are you fighting Lara? Not not saying as a fan, I loved it. I was like, oh, dude, he's fighting Lara, which was very controversial on who won the fight. But I commend that. Like, dude, he's fighting this slick Cuban fighter. Like, you know, like people forget. Like, Canelo's done some stuff that like we can't just immediately just be like, oh, you know, like Canelo. Yeah, I criticize Canelo because he's not fighting David Benavidez. Yes, I criticize him because of his failed drug test and clenbuterol. Yes, I criticize Canelo because of the fact that he wants to fight Bivol at 168 but not at 175. And, you know, this. But I also have to give him his sentiment of, like, the things that he has done. And he has done stuff that I have to give him more credit than a lot of guys. So, you know, people quickly forget. And, yeah. The real question is, did Eddie Hearn hide the details of weight and talks without Ennis knowledge? It might. That's what I'm saying. Like, we have to go on Golden Boy and like, I shown the constant set, the Substack that shows that it was Queensberry that had to get the weight from Ennis's team to include that on the term sheet that they sent over, and that term sheet. So there's a lot of people we can talk to kind of get that clarification. So Devin's back at it again. What's your ethnicity? You look like the guy from Hancho Boxing, half black, half Japanese. Yo, what's funny is like I've definitely met Hancho Boxing, I think like twice. I think it was Canelo versus Danny Jacobs. And yes, I am black and Korean. I'm half black, I'm half Asian. So I have also some Native American in me as well. So, but you know, I'm pretty much what people say is Hancho Boxing, the half black, half Asian dude. So you got it right, my guy. But yeah, it's funny. Maybe I only see Hancho at Golden Boy fights. I think he does photography and things like that for them. So I got like this funny video of him like almost falling off the stage. So you guys are funny. Boost Duck period. He knew and came out in his mouth to stop the cab. Edgar Mendez says, "Yeah, it's a bad situation. Give us your prediction for Hitchens Paro. I've been seeing a lot of hate towards Hitchens of losing to Lemos. You know, what's very interesting about the Lemos and Hitchens fight is that, you know, it was his first time rehydrating to doing a rehydration clause. Because remember, the IBF does that 10-pound rehydration the next day, and Lemos moved up in weight. So Lemos was a 135-pounder. So him rehydrating, as you can see, he was comfortable in rehydrating in the Keyshawn Davis fight. So smaller guy moves up, rehydrates, probably was able to be functional and fine. Richardson Hitchens, on the other hand, he's a big 140-pounder. He was very kind of concerned when I did talk to him before that fight. You know, he was very honest and very transparent. I'll tell you one thing about Richardson Hitchens is he's honest. Like, he's very transparent. So I appreciate that about him. He did utter the idea that that was a concern. And I think somewhere along the line in that fight, I think he didn't probably properly do it right, and I think he lost his legs. I'm not making an excuse for Hitchens, but I think he lost his legs. So I think Hitchens is a pure great boxer. Paro, on the other hand, he's a guy that didn't get a lot of credit. I actually thought the Matias fight was a bad fight for Matias fighting Paro. I thought Paro was a really good. And I told Kevin Garcia, who works here at FightHype, where you hear all the time, the Puerto Rican kid, KG, I told him, yo, I know that, you know, Puerto Rican pride and, you know, rah-rah Matias, but I think it was bad that Eddie put Paro as his first defense. That's a tough fight. I think Paro can actually do it. I even uttered that the idea that Teofimo Lopez could potentially beat Matias. And he was like, nah. So I got Paro beating Matias correct. Now, when it comes to Hitchens and Paro, which are coming up, and, you know, I think it's going to be a very interesting fight. You know, I haven't put too much effort, Devin, and I might change my pick in the week. I'll probably do some shows and some stuff this week. So I don't want you to take this as my definitive pick because I haven't really went in. A part of me feels like Hitchens is going to show up in this fight, as weird as it sounds. I feel like I want to lean to Paro, and I feel like I want to pick Paro on paper, but I feel like I have a hunch that Hitchens might make it a very boring fight and might actually edge it out. So let me think about it a little bit more. It is a good fight, so and I think Hitchens will be better prepared in this fight. So though at boxing, my lawyer advised me not to talk about the situation, but I'll sue for you guys. Bro, Floyd Sr. just said that they're gonna add Juan Guzman for the train cap for Shakur fight. Bro, Jamel added him for Canelo fight, and look, I mean, yeah, but I mean that was like a completely different fight situation. Balenciaga said, "Oh, I'm so glad you brought up Canelo Lara fight. That's Canelo's most blatant robbery. They didn't post the fight for years on YouTube." Yeah, so but the fact that Canelo took the fight when he didn't need to take the fight is already like a testament. Like, yeah, he did kind of show his balls and his cojones. Like, you know, Golden Boy was like, "What? Don't make that fight." He's like, "No, make the fight." So, sometimes there's miscalculations in your career moves, but it just shows that, you know, Canelo has been there and he's done that before, and he gave the hardcore fight fans a fight that people didn't think would happen. So, yeah, so I give him credit, you know what I mean, for that. You tell him that he has to make mandatory for the 10 his family's carne asada. God. Bro, the fair bum ain't beating me in. Oh God. Balenciaga says you're half black, half Asian, dog. Why didn't you become a fighter with those genetics? You know what's funny? Just for a little background, and it's not like me to like gloat. It's not like I did combat sports. Like this is me like being transparent. I know that someone might take this out of context and be like, "Oh, okay, that's why you interview and talk." No. I was very actually naturally athletically gifted. So I did taekwondo, right? And then my dad did police athletically, so he taught me a lot of boxing, which I brought my boxing knowledge into taekwondo. And boxing and taekwondo have similar stances, right? So I actually went through tournaments and I just washed people, and I was going to do the junior Olympics and stuff like that. But when you do combat sports, and it's like when it comes to like the philosophy of it, it's like you have to live a lifestyle. And at a certain age, even though I was like really gifted at a young age and I was obsessed with combat sports and stuff like that, if your mindset isn't there and you aren't like committed, then you might as well not really do it. And you know, I was young, I wanted to do these other aspirations in life and stuff like that. And then eventually, you know, when you get to like 17, 18, you know, want to hang out with girls and all this. So, you know, I was true to myself. And I know that, you know, some people said, why don't you want to be a coach? It's like, dude, that's like being a parent. Like, you have to know yourself before you can even teach someone else. But anyways, say all that, like, I did do a lot of combat sports. And I relied a lot on my natural ability. When I started sparring and fighting, like, guys who actually probably weren't as good as me, but worked harder than me, I still outperformed them. But I realized at the rate that I was going that if I didn't actually kind of like we hear a lot of fighters, if you don't take it as serious, then eventually these guys are going to outperform you and outwork and stuff like that. So I recognize like I just wasn't into it on a competing level. But that's why I'm telling you, when I do commentary, I can tell you guys there's things that I see that these other dudes who have never thrown a punch or anything or never did any combat sport, they just don't. I don't want to sound like a dick, but like if you don't know what it's like until you actually do some sort of combat sports. And then you start to understand the mindset and the philosophy better than just being a guy that watches fights all the time. You can watch fights all the time and you can have really great knowledge as a person that watched it. But then you get a little bit more understanding when you actually do it, because now you see things that you just don't naturally, no matter how many times you see fights, you're relying on consistent things happening in fights to be the result of what you see. You can go off your own experience and say, this is something that people don't know and see that I see. That's why they get fighters to commentate, because it's color commentary. They are able to tell you certain stuff. So like I can tell you from my personal experience of like a person who was naturally athletic, gifted, and I watched combat sports since I was a kid. I watched boxing. So I was able to be a student of the game, watch all different styles. So I was fortunate, but that's why, like, when you hear me talk about certain stuff, it comes from, like, a place of, like, genuineness, all right? So, but, yeah, enough about me. Like, you guys didn't come from hear me talk about shit. You know, Steve Kim's also Korean roots. My boy says he's not Korean, he's American, but he was raised in Canada. That's kind of low to say, not cool. Yeah, I know, I met Steve Kim. Yeah, I've talked to Steve Kim. Yeah, he's Korean. We don't agree on a lot of stuff, right? But at the end of the day, it's like people have their opinions, right? Like, you know, at the end of the day, I don't have like a personal beef with Steve Kim. I think like maybe a long time ago, I might have maybe like when I was first coming to boxing, might have been on like a podcast and said something like out of like an emotional thing, just because like, you know, because I'm half black, I'm half Korean. There's certain political things that maybe he said, but at the end, it doesn't matter. Like, you know, the people are entitled to their opinion. I don't have no issues or beef with them or nothing like that. We recently just talked and stuff like that, and we just keep it boxing and stuff like that. And then, you know, I actually talked to him about stuff like that. So people are gonna have he actually told me that he actually gets a kick out of people reacting to him stuff on Twitter. So like you're pretty much feeding into what he enjoys is what he says. So that's kind of the trolling part of him. So like, you know, back in the day, essentially if it did strike a nerve, then he essentially trolled me and got me. So that's kind of the aspect. But anyways, yeah, he is Korean. I know Steve. I see him at fights. But, you know, that's the life of being, like, someone who's mixed, right? You have, like, multiple different races and stances to defend. So, I feel like Liam's going to put a destructive performance on Hitchens like he did in Montana, but Hitchens may at least do better than how Love didn't fight. Yeah, I mean, I think Poro's a good fighter, you know what I mean? And I think Richardson Hitchens coming up fighting him is going to show where he belongs in that division. So, But I'm leaning to Paro, but I might switch to Hitchens. Lastly, I definitely helped Devin and Drake boxing. How is Schofield ready to fight top fighters when realistic? I don't think he's ready. Yeah, Schofield just fought 12. Yeah, I don't think he's ready for Shakur. But sometimes you got to give these guys an opportunity, right? Sink or swim. I like Paro, but he constantly telling Hitchens not to run concerns me. It shows me that Hitchens' movement concerns Paro. It is gonna be like I mean, Africa has a really good sense of movement. It's either he's gonna box his head off or Paro's gonna be like Alemos 2.0. It just really depends on if Hitchens has his legs. I literally think Hitchens didn't have his legs that night of the fight, and I think he learned from that fight. So it's gonna be a good fight. I edge Paro, but I might switch to Hitchens by the end of the week. So because I do like his long rangey boxing style. You know, styles make fights, and Matias was a guy that was a person that Paro was able to box. I never thought Montana Love was a guy that was able to compete at a higher level. So he was very inconsistent in his performance. So it was very easy for someone to pick Paro like myself to beat him and many others. Do you ever think of Highland Oh yes, I was just answering. Like I never really gave Montana Love the credence when he fought in Cleveland. You know, I was like, I mean, even prior to it, he had a dodgy. I remember watching for a very long time. He had a very dodgy draw, and it should have been a loss. And that's when I kind of was like, I don't know, man. You know, I know they were making him like the next Broner and things like that, but you know, Broner had a very, very exciting style when he was younger. He was actually a high guard come forward fighter versus this slick fighter. So, you know, I think personally, comparing Montana Love to Broner back then was an insult to Broner, you know. So when I saw that comparison and I watched, I already knew Montana Love was not even close to that. So, are you a fan of John Clown Van Damme Bloodsport? If I can play the music, hell yeah, man. Bloodsport. Yo, fun fact if you didn't know, Johnny Cage from Mortal Kombat was supposed to be Van Damme in Bloodsport. The rights of the people who made Mortal Kombat, right, were originally was supposed to make a Bloodsport game, but it didn't work out. So they made Mortal Kombat kind of imitating Bloodsport-ish, and they made Johnny Cage as kind of like a Van Damme, right? And that's when you later look on in the future, they have a Van Damme Johnny Cage skin in the new Mortal Kombat video game. And that's actually, yeah. So if you didn't know that, yeah, see, premium edition pre-order, you get the John Clown Van skin over to Johnny Cage. So yeah, little fun fact if you didn't know that. That's me being a little nerd, right? I play fighting games specifically a lot. So I have Quambas. I got this cool little thing going on in January. This little hint. I'm going to be playing some fighting games with a certain fighter. So you guys got a little hint. And some stuff that I'm working on. So I play a lot of fighting games. You know, it makes sense. Montana Love is literally allergic to Australian fighters for DQ for tossing that Steve guy and absolutely destroying by him. Yeah. Australian fighters are good fighters, man. They always have one that sneaks in every year. So there's always one. True about doing combat sports, also being in gyms with professionals and real fight camps, just being around top fighters, training with them for years certainly gives you this. Yeah, and I do have the luxury of being around them too, so you're 100% right. You know, and you get to talk to trainers and stuff like that. So without a doubt, you get legit, real insight. So Rafael, we got Valdez Navarrete, Robisi Espinosa coming out. Let's focus on that. That's a good fight too. Rafael, I have an Espinosa interview dropping this week too. So I know I interviewed Robisi. I interviewed Valdez. I didn't get a chance to interview Navarrete for this fight. I interviewed Navarrete his last fight, and I interviewed Espinosa. So the Espinosa interview should be dropping this week. So definitely check that out. That's an exciting card too. So now that I know you were fired, I respect your opinion now. No offense, but because you give Tank a lot of credit on his boxing abilities that I don't see. You know what it is, Balenciaga? Like I give Shakur a lot of credit. I give Devin a lot of credit. The reason why I give Tank the problem. This is the problem with Tank, right? Tank doesn't have what the hardcore, and myself included, like the nerds, the hardcore boxing nerds, like the resume, the resume guide, right? Like you're able to open up the book and be like, this guy won this many champions and this and that. Tank is. I was very high on Crawford. I mean, still am. When I mean like high is like the things that Crawford does as a fighter would be things that maybe I would do as a fighter. I know that doesn't mean a lot because I'm not like a professional fighter, but it's like it stems from like Andre Ward, Floyd, like very patient fighters. Lomachenko, even Canelo. And once again, I brought those other names in because I want to make sure that you guys know it's not like a race thing, right? It's more of a style of an experienced fighter. When a fighter is very patient and they're able to adapt, they could be aggressive when they need to. They could be a boxer when they need to. They've shown that they moved up multiple weight classes and able to show that they can actually compete with guys larger and bigger than him. But there's a moment of time where you feel that if these guys don't take care of that guy and get him out within 3 or 4 rounds, then the guy's going to come over and like completely take over the fight, right? And I mean that, like, they always say if you don't get Floyd out in 3 or 4 rounds, the fight's over. Why? Because he's going to figure out very quickly and he's going to dominate. You know, Dre's able to be a guy that was able to calculate, and the later fight goes on, he was able to kind of make the fight tougher. We've seen Canelo do that in certain fights, like in Triple G rematch and stuff like that. And then, you know, and even like the Kovalev fight, you know, older Kovalev, but like, you kind of go what I'm saying. Crawford is considered a slow starter and goes, I like the slow starter fighters because they are showing that they understand it's a 12-round fight, that they can lose a couple rounds, but they take those rounds to download and understand. It's almost like a comfort level that they can give away rounds to go and dominate. Tank as a fighter, you see him thinking. You see him methodically put things together. You see him patiently kind of work things together, and he has God-gifted power. So when you got a guy who has God-gifted power, he's a puncher, who's shown that he can box with one arm against Pitbull going backwards. He can be an offensive fighter, fighting. He can push a big guy like Mario Barrios backwards in the late rounds to get him out because he knows Floyd telling him on an unofficial scorecard he's losing. He can push a big guy forward. Like, you start to see a lot of these different type of things like in their toolbox. This is what I've been told. You open up a toolbox, there's a hammer, there's a screwdriver, there's a flathead. When I see fighters show multiple different things like that, I can't help to really favor that fighter because I can picture them in multiple different scenarios in my mind, regardless of what people claim as a worthy opponent or not. That's boxing nerd math, right? This guy has this belt and this guy has, like, yeah, there's credence to it, but styles make fights and it could be certain timing and yada yada. I'm looking at, are you able to show me multiple different dimensions? Tank has been in situation when he lost a whole arm and had a box with one arm. You know, show me some of your favorite fighters that had to be in positions like that. So, like, that's why Balenciaga, like, and really, like, I give Shakur a lot of credit. I've actually favored Shakur a very long time to beat Tank. It's just this year recently I've switched to Tank, which I always thought was a 50-50 fight, just because, like, I feel like Tank is consistently showing more comfort level, or, you know, I don't know. Like, this year has been kind of a rough year for Shakur. So, you know, we're very fickle, and I admit I could be very fickle, and I'm being fickle in my pick, and, you know, I'm favoring Tank. I've always thought that fight was 50-50. It's just, you know, it's going to be really tough where you match two guys that are very talented like that, but one guy might, you know, have that equalizer, and that's what Tank has. He has an equalizer, you know. It's not taking anything away from Shakur. It's just, so be real here. Even if you're cool, Andre Ward. Listen, I don't know if this gives me brownie points. I am big on Ward. I thought Ward lost the first fight. I thought Ward lost. Kovalev won. I did. But I picked him to stop Kovalev in the second fight. I did. Just because of the same stuff I'm saying, the adjustments, the better fighter usually wins the rematch. Like, I thought it was really hard for me to imagine Ward winning the fight with the knockdown. Close fight. But yeah, I thought honestly I thought Ward lost the first fight, but I respect Ward going back in a rematch. Like, oh, you ain't here just to run away and celebrate off a win. You really want and all that dick punching shit. Like, look, he hurt Kovalev and that punch. You kind of knew what was coming. Like when that punch landed and Kovalev was wobbly, it was yeah. But no, Ward lost the first fight in my personal opinion. So. Throwing boxing, look at video in slow, fam. I don't miss, and if I did on purpose, not to catch a lawsuit. about Ron, some of the greatest fighters in the game over 30 years. You put my Schofield on last live, I became a huge Schofield. Yeah, that's what's up. I mean, I'm still gonna favor Shakur. Because of the experience. He's a silver medalist. Like, there's a lot of flaws that Schofield had in his last fight, but you know, sometimes you gotta let some sink and swim fights happen, and yeah. You gotta, and so maybe Floyd does it, then, you know, that's what boxing sometimes needs. Because I thought Devin was gonna beat Ryan. You know, I know that there's the whole failing the drug test stuff, but I still feel like at a certain point watching the fight that there was enough stuff that made me feel like I think Ryan would have won the fight. You know, but Devin got his O back. Schofield should at least get some good tune-ups. Yeah, you know, Lucas Baldy, those are good fights. If they don't fight, then you know, it's. I do think it's a little too soon for Shakur, but, you know. Also, Liam's earmuff, uppercuts, traps were nasty work. Yeah. Liam's a fighter that is definitely slept on. You, sir, can tell us more about boxing just being around these great fighters in the camps, more than 90% of fans. No, I appreciate it. I mean, look, I'm also never dismissive of fans' opinions because there's fans that are also very privy of a lot of knowledge and just they study the game too. So I never just take my own opinion. It's just when someone comes very, like, brash and very disingenuous and act like I don't have a sensible opinion, then that's when I kind of have to like pull out my accolades. Like, look, motherfucker, do you know what I've seen and done? And have you even like sparred? Do you know what it feels like to like be buzzed for a second and know how to like play poker face? Like, oh shit, I need to have a good poker face. The motherfucker know how I look when I'm hurt. You know what I mean? Sometimes you can't hide it. Sometimes your face is really good, but your body, you know what I mean? You know, how to actually manage your pride and actually be like, okay, I'm hurt. Knowing that you're actually hurt. Sometimes what's crazy that when you get hurt a lot of people don't know, when you actually get hurt, sometimes you don't even know you're hurt. Like, you have to get hurt to know how your body reacts to being hurt, and you're kind of like, that don't feel right. I need a hold. That doesn't feel right. I need to kind of like chill out and kind of pretend I'm not hurt. Like, these are stuff that goes through these fighters' minds that you don't even understand until you actually get hit. You always think like you get hit and you gotta be like, oh my god, I'm hurt, my body hurt. Like, you might get hurt and be like, I don't feel it, but I know my body is not reacting well. I must be hurt. So that's when people say like, you never been in a fight or never, like, it's so crazy when I say stuff like that. Like, you have to be in a fight or sparred or competed. Just those little type of experiences, it's like so hard to really explain to somebody until they actually go through it. Unless someone's like intelligent and just wants to listen and be like, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. But a lot of people just don't understand that. So, you know, when you're hurt with a body shot, oh, well, touche, body shots, that's a different feeling. Body shots, the problem with body shots is it's like, you see how like my camera just turned off right there? There's no control. Your body just, you can't even fake a body shot. Yeah, see, I gotta let my camera cool off a little bit. You can't even like fake a body shot. Like, it just turns off, like your power just got turned off. So a good body shot will get you out. That's facts. Shakur KO Schofield? Yeah. What was that you just picked up? I don't know. Is it here? It might be this. Sorry. I have a 1-year-old, right? So I think my camera's good. Is it this? Is it like a white horseshoe looking thing? Let me see if my camera. Is it this? I'm just messing with this. This is for like the door. So you put this on the door so that your son or your daughter or whatever, your kid, doesn't accidentally close the door on their hand. It's like a stopper. So obviously you can't close it with the door. So when I open up the door, my son's running around. I put this in here, and I know it looks weird. I probably have to door stopper. I don't know. Yeah, see, Whittle finger pinch guard. Yeah. So if that makes sense, I know probably something weird. But yeah, that's what it is if it makes a little sense. Oh, wait. What did I pick up? You meant like my fight stick? I'm tripping. I'm talking about a whole entire door stopper. This is a fight stick is probably what you're thinking. This is an arcade stick. Sorry. I'm tired, bro. It's like 11. I got to end the stream. All right. I'm going to read the last couple. I appreciate you guys rocking. So that was supposed to be done a long time ago. Yeah, you don't know. Yeah. Yeah. See, that was my fatigue mark. Yeah. I forgot what I did prior to talking. So I got another one too. Yeah. See, I'm an avid fighting game fanatic. Like I play like Street Fighter and Tekken and all that stuff. So yeah, I'm tripping, Mark. I don't even know why. I was looking around like, what's around me? Yeah, he wasn't talking about that. Hey, yo, Dizzy1, what's up? Yeah, I don't think a so short Skull should fight Shakur. He ain't looked the but yeah. It's just, experience. It's not a knock on Floyd. I think he's a very talented, athletic kid. Just needs more experience. Oh, please, Shakur's good, but he's far from a knockout artist. Shakur looked better in his last two fights than Floyd. Yeah. Shakur got more power than dude who got dropped. Schofield. I think he has accuracy. Yeah, me personally, I think Shakur will win that fight. C6 Mark, what's up? Ennis is ducking. He don't want to mess with 154 dogs for his first fight up there. Everyone's saying it, man. It ain't looking good for Ennis, man. It's gonna be real hard. The damage control gonna be real hard, man. Did you ever think highly of Montana Love? I remember. Not really. I never really did. You have seen very good fighters, so yeah, I appreciate it, Bailey. Bailey, you always prop me up, man. I appreciate you recognizing my hard work. For those type of fans, I advise to hire a code to give them their third eye. The support of boxing will always and will be the most hardest to support to relate to, given how much there is to it. Hence, the casual fans base will always be as dumb as Patrick Star about the sport. Yeah, it's kind of why I love it so much, because there's so many facets to it, and I was put into it very young, combat sports, so I'm gonna put my son through it just so that he can understand that he can't just bully anyone, and it makes you a better person. Personally, I think like you don't have to be competing into it. Like I didn't go pro nothing, but I think it gave me a lot of confidence, life skills, respect. It's a very important tool block. I think it teach you how to self-defend yourself. Like I think everyone should go into it. It'll humble you. It'll teach you about distance, timing. Especially like as a man, if you don't know how to throw a punch, and it's not throwing shade, but it's like, it's like you got a family, you got people, you got your girl, you want to be able to defend. You don't know how to throw a punch, let them know how to take a punch. Like it's weird as it sounds, but it kind of prepares you how to take a punch, how to roll a punch, how to react if you take a good punch, and how to handle a situation. Like it's so. I see you, Six. My Niners are getting killed. I'm tuned in. Yeah, I really, honestly like doing lives on Sundays. I know there's NFL and stuff, so I just couldn't pass on this topic. Like I couldn't pass on not talking about today. So, but you're a Niners fan? I'm sorry, bro. Who the Niners playing? I'm a Giants fan. If that doesn't really make you feel 49ers. Buffalo. Oof. Damn, bro. Did the Giants play today? I stopped watching football for a very long time. Yeah, bro. Damn, we lost to the Commodores. Oh my God. Yeah, bro. Yeah, I'm done with football. Can't play boxing, basketball, football. Yeah, you definitely can't. Hence the legend Roger Mayweather says people don't know shit about boxing. Yeah. Phone autocorrect. Back again. I meant sport. No, I agree, man. Sanction bars. Do you play Mugen? You know about Mugen games? Damn. You know, a sanctioned boss, man. You down my lane. That's funny. I have this Dragon Ball Z Mugen game. I didn't really get to play too much. I have it on my desktop. I used to be obsessed with Mugen when I was a kid. But there's this Mugen game called Hyper DBZ, right? And I don't know how old you are or what. I'm 34. So I came up with like the arcades and super. So this is underneath the design of how Capcom art like Street Fighter Alpha and games like that. So they made a whole entire, even like the music. I don't know how nerdy I can get into this, but they used like the old Capcom audio boards, like the CPS1 and CPS2, to kind of make the type of music that sounds like old Street Fighter games. So they made themes using that. It's pretty much like a Capcom. Like if Dragon Ball Z did Capcom, like Marvel vs. Capcom, and that's a moving game that's fire. You know what I mean? And you know, I recently just picked these two Marvel vs. Capcom. I have it on the PC, but I had to get a physical copy because you know, I just had to. And then I had this too for a while, but I had to pick up the Capcom Fighting Collection physically because there's a second one coming out. So yeah, I'm ingrained into fighting games, bro. I'm like a super big fighting game. Like as ironic it sounds, like I did combat sports. I cover combat sports, and actually, I don't know how much you know about this. And I'm gonna read the Bills, Falcons fans. Oh man, yeah, I saw it. I pulled up the Bills. Boxing prepared me for law school. Developed Oh, you did boxing too? I didn't even know that, Attorney Bailey. But he was trying to fight Bud there. The fight just got signed. So everyone keeps saying the Schofield fight got signed. Is that 100% true? I just can't confirm it. I'm buying a high-end PC just for fighting games. I'm 34 too. Yeah, oh, hell yeah. Listen, I'm gonna show you what my mug is. Give me 1 second. So, I know this won't resonate to a lot of you guys, specifically the sanctioned boss, but I went to Evo like for multiple years, and one of my good friends won Evo for a lot. Actually, what's crazy? I'm gonna reveal a little bit something before I let you guys go. But that's dope, sanctioned boss. Blindside says, so we're all unanimously agreed Boots is ducking Vergil and wants to win by draining. I mean, I'm gonna remove the last part. I just feel like public perception thinks Boots is ducking Vergil, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay, like, if that's what the public feels and that's how it looks, until you clarify yourself, that's what people think, and that's what it is. Zayas and Ortiz just got confirmed. Word. Oh snap. So it's not happening. Damn. So where's the confirmation at? Like, where's the Xander? I know I saw like they agreed, but I don't know if it's official. I did see like this part that they gave me an hour to say yes. I said yes in a minute. That doesn't really mean. I'm told. Let's see, Chris Mannix. Let's see. I'm told he's accepted terms for would be a 7-figure offer to face, not the preferred option for team. However, fluid process. Okay, so it hasn't officially been made, but that's interesting. That's more detail I didn't even know. Chris Mannix saying it was a 7-figure offer. Okay, so we got a little bit more detail. Slippers Ennis. Street Fighter is the bomb. I always play Mortal Kombat and Tekken. Talking like a parrot, moving like a Duckerino pizza. Is that what? That's what Showbiz calls it, right? Duckeroni pizza. Khan says Team Schofield said they signed a contract. Of course, said he signed a contract but didn't specify. Yeah, I'm gonna wait before I publicly announce that type of stuff. But we'll see, man. The February's coming up. It's really good, interesting drama coming up. What was I gonna say? All right. So I'm gonna give you guys a little prelude. I've been giving little snippets. I won't really essentially give all the details, right? But so this is what I'm working on, right? While you guys are all here, let me see. All right, I'm gonna give you guys a sneak peek on what I'm working with, all right? And I wanted to clarify, since you guys are in here, this kind of be like, you guys keep this as a secret. Since I got you guys in here, this is our little secret. So when January starts, right? Oh shit, that's loud. Sorry guys, let me turn this down real quick. I'm giving you guys like an all-in exclusive what I'm working on without two major important details, right? I've been teasing this for a while. Hopefully this is not too loud. All right, so I just got a sponsor. I got two sponsors actually, but I got my first sponsor for this segment, and one of the sponsors is Kwamba Fight Sticks, right? So they actually, the one I showed you, the black one is this. Kwamba is a really good fight stick, and they sent me this awesome bag. So I'll be talking a lot about this coming up. And shit, this is gonna be loud. Let me turn it. So they gave me two because what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be playing fighting games with fighters, and we're gonna do interviews and all that stuff, right? So I have some people locked in, and my first guest is a really big guest in boxing, like really big. Like when you guys find out, everyone in boxing is gonna tune in. Like all the fight fans, everyone's gonna tune in. Everybody's gonna tune in. So this would be kind of like somewhat of a layout that I have. Let me see. Boom. All right. And you guys give me feedback. Let me know what you guys think. All right. Maybe. Let me see. Where's my camera? Oh, you know what? That's why it looks weird. The chat kind of like ate my camera. I gotta fix that. That's my bad. People confuse what Xander says. Xander just mentioned he received the offer to fight Vergil, but people thought it was really... Yeah, I haven't really seen that the fight was actually signed, sealed, and delivered, but... Is it going to show it? Okay, hold on. I think my... Let me go display capture. Okay. Here we go. So this is what I'm working on. Since I guys got you here. So like I said, I'm going to be interviewing fighters. We're going to be playing fighting games, all right? The first game that I'm going to be playing with my first guest, right? And I don't want to give names and stuff like that because I want you guys to also be like, yo, it's going to be in January. I just got off the phone with them this week. I'm going to be sending his fight stick and his bag to him because he was one of the first guys to jump on. And, it's pretty, personally, I think it's pretty cool. And so what's going to happen is, I'm not going to be able to beat these guys in real life, but, I'm going to be fighting these guys to ask questions. And then eventually, you think that the layout's cool, all right? So I got some stuff in the works and stuff, so... So what you're saying is you're going to start having the PlayStation logo on your background. It's all over your clothes too. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm trying to like take away from this old boring. And I'm not saying what I'm doing is boring. It's like I want to innovate this whole boxing thing because like we love the sport, but there's a new generation of kids that want to come in. We're all nerds. We at some point we play fighting, but how cool would it be like I'm talking shit to a fighter and I'm like beating their ass like, yeah, what's up, bitch? Like, and then afterwards, I ask a question or even I get the fans. Like, how cool would it be like if I got like, let's say like there's a fighter that you're like, let's say Shakur Stevenson's like, yo, I'll play. And then I'll get some of the fans to come in here. You guys plug up, I'll link it up, do a little bit of the fans playing with the fight. Like, you guys like that idea? If they paying, hell yeah, Hannibal says. Gustavo says that's a dope idea, man. That's dope. They're gonna answer each question aggressively if they're getting cooked on the sticks. But that's part of the entertainment, right? I think it would be a really awesome concept. Like I said, I got sponsors aboard now, so it's fully official. You know, I know it's December. I'm giving you guys, you know, a little sneak peek. So don't be, you know, telling everybody. But since you guys been in here for a very, very, very long time, you know, support me throughout the stream. I figured to kind of give you some of the stuff I'm working on, because I know like there's a lot of boxing lives out there, and you know, I'm doing the boxing live, but I'm also covering fights, and I'm doing a lot of different things too. So I'm trying to be like a Swiss Army knife and do a whole bunch of things, but I'm going to slowly be more of like a content creator. So these are the things that I'm working on behind the scenes, but I'm still covering fights. I'm still doing interviews, but I have a whole bunch of stuff lined up, a lot of cool ideas. Cool idea. You love the layout, Mark. The concept's fire. Be careful. The word is Puerto Rican kid gonna hijack your like GTA gameplay with this one. I mean, look, he's part of the team. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, like, just wait. Just wait. Like the first guest I got is perfect. Like, you guys are gonna see how fast this segment's gonna take off like crazy. Like, and I'm working on a whole bunch of different layouts, as you can see. But this segment's gonna go crazy. I promise you. And like, it's not just gonna be boxing. I'm gonna try to get other like MMA guys like Israel Adesanya, and you know, I got other influencers too, and influencing boxing to have big. You know, it's just overall. I also want to give you guys a more opportunity to get closer to your fighters too. So it's not just gonna be me just wanting to play fighting games with them. It's like, or it might not even just stop at fighting games. It might go into other things. Like maybe it's 2K, maybe it's Fortnite. Maybe we can do a Call of Duty, or get like some fighters. We get like a team of 4 and we swap out constantly. You guys, we go shoot. So that's a cool idea to beat these wannabe fighters and casual fan bases with this. Yeah, and the coolest thing about it, Con, is that, you know, yeah, there's fireballs and special moves, but there's still philosophies that evolve in boxing and combat sports, right? Like, I might sell like a feint, like the movement, traps, right? Parry, blocking, right? Obviously, there's, you know, different levels of skill knowing how to do it in a game opposed to real life. But the philosophy of a fighter, right? I can strip it down to basic Street Fighter 2, right? I could put old school games. It doesn't have to be the newest modern games. But, you know, so maybe soon I won't necessarily tell you guys who I'm getting ready to fight in December, right? Like, essentially I'll be training. Maybe I can end streams with, you know, practicing some combos and things like that. But the closer that event comes in January, right? I got the confirmation in January with my first big guest, and you know, maybe I do training labs, preparing, and then maybe I'll do slow reveals and stuff. So, but I'm a big fight. I'm committed to the fighting world, you know. Boxing, MMA, I've done combat sports, I'm competing in amateurs, I've trained, you know, I interview, and I play fighting games, and I go to literally like the biggest, this right here, oh, my camera went out. Sorry, give me 1 second, I was gonna show. My mug, it's called Evo. Evo is like the biggest, fighting game tournament in the world in Vegas, and I've been to multiple times. So like, I already know what the mecca of fighting games look like too. I could tell you, I got footage of there. I could tell you what the Olympics of fighting games look like. You know what I mean? I got footage of that. Sorry, my camera just went off. Terry Blaze says, it's just fact that I could speak with top fighters. Never thought I would be able to comment directly to fighters like Danny Garcia. You made that happen. This is quite innovative. Yeah, wait till you see the guests that I be bringing on. Wait till you see what I got. Sanction Ball says it's Caleb Plant. It might be Caleb Plant. Devin says, what happened to that guy that used to work for FightHype? He was Latino, tall and bald, and had Miss Loath like P Diddy, always open, showing his teeth. I don't know. I've been with FightHype for, I don't know, maybe like 7 years. So I'm trying to think, because I originally came from TV. So I started my own channel, and it was Fighter IQ. Then I went to I did a little bit with Ness at the Boxing Voice, and then I've been here ever since with FightHype, which I still show love with TBV. So I don't know necessarily. Can you give me like maybe a less trolly description, and maybe I could be able to kind of help? Yeah, and don't worry. And Bailey, we're gonna do a lot more. I'm kind of just saving a lot of my guests for like next year, just because a lot of the stuff I'm working on is like you can see a lot of layouts and a lot of behind the scenes stuff to just make sure things run and look good. Because I'm kind of a perfectionist of kind of making things look like my camera right now turning on and off like is bugging me, so I need to figure it out. But it's like a super high quality camera. You can see like it looks really good. So I need to figure out how to not let it burn out. But I do matter, like everything matters. Like the audio matters to me. I think I have to get a new mic. You know, my background, I'm in like my office that's kind of rearranged. I'm actually going to be moving this baby crib out. And because this original when I was working, I would have my son here sleeping. But he's with his, now with his mom in the other room. Like, you know, kind of big boy getting bigger, so we don't really need this. So I'm gonna rearrange it to make it kind of look cool per my personality. So there's a lot of stuff I'm still like working on, and there's a lot of things I have to get adjusted while I'm still traveling to events and fights and doing a lot of stuff. So let's see, is a kale plant am I hot or cold? You get one hint, I guess. I don't know how to answer that. Because if I say hot or cold, that's gonna either tell you it is him or not, right? So I don't know. Turnblade says, actually initially thought you were Steve Kim. No, I'm not Steve Kim. You wanna know what Steve Kim looks like? I'm not Steve Kim. And that's not throwing shade at Steve Kim like this evil, horrendous person. I know that he has a personality and opinions that not everyone agrees with. This is, let me see. This is what Steve Kim looks like. I don't know if you can see. That's Steve Kim. Like he's full, like he's Korean. He's been around a lot longer, like Max Boxing. Like when I was kind of like just a kid, like a teenager watching boxing, he's like, yeah, right there. He has like a show with, what's his name from Saved by the Bell? Mario Lopez. Yeah, that's Steve Kim. So I'm half black, I'm half Korean, you know. So Mr. Quick says, I bet you and Sean Z make great. Yeah, I mean, he's doing his own thing on his own channel. You know, he went and did the solo route. So we when we used to go around fights and stuff, you know, we were like the two main guys. So, but now he's doing his own thing, so I wish him the best. I think he does like the Sean Porter podcast and stuff. Devin says, where are you at the Boxing Voice when Deontay banned you all? No, so check it out. I was not I was with FightHype at the time. I actually went down to Deontay's camp around Boxing Voice. I went down to Dominic Brazil camp. What was it? Let me switch characters real quick. I went to the when he was doing camp for Dominic Brazil. That's when I went down. And change characters. Like, so no, I always had a good relationship with Deontay, even now. Like I've never had an issue. Deontay's always been cool with me. When I see Malik Scott, like you know, I don't have any issues. Like I don't know if he just looks at me as my own individual. You know what I mean? But it was like definitely during like I was with TBV like before, like I think Terrence even went to welterweight. So it's a long time ago. You know. Here, let me pull. I want to highlight you guys' chat. I'm not doing that, so sorry. I'm moving it to a different screen, so I want to make sure that you guys see what I'm answering. So see, this is like a lot of the stuff that I'm working on to make sure that it all looks functionally. And if you guys have any criticism or ideas how layouts can look, like I gotta fix this little chat on the right. I'll just do this later. But you know, I'm all open. You know, I want to make sure that when you guys come here, it's like, oh man, this is sick. This is dope. How was my son? Yeah, my son just turned 1 not too long ago. So he's a little bit over 1. Fight Night over Madden. I like fighting games over. I miss Gundam. I'm not trolling, bro. The guys was Hispanic, tall, bald, always wore blue jeans, did a lot of videos at Robert Garcia's boxing gym. He always had his mouth open, showing his teeth, not trolling. He was always at Robert Garcia's boxing gym. That worked at FightHype? How long ago? Like... Oh, I think you're thinking of Louis Sandoval? Is what you're thinking, right? I didn't really talk to Louis. I think I was with TBV at the time, because he was with TBV before I went to TBV. So yeah, I think that's what you're talking about, Louis Sandoval. I think he does his own thing. He's not with FightHype anymore. What up, Nico? I love this channel. That's what's up. Good chances Caleb Plant or plan to have him on. Okay, I like you guys' picks. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, you know, there's gonna be a lot of people. So my first guess is I can't wait. It's gonna be great. I disagree with Haney versus Duke Micah. That 2 different weight classes. Quite. Robert says I disagree with Kim at times for the most part, but as far as boxing and boxing history, Kim knows what he's talking. Yeah, I mean, like, I agree with, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm half black and I'm Korean, right? So, like, I understand the culturally difference. And I'm, you know, there's certain things that politically, but everyone's entitled to their opinion. So, like, I can't knock a person for what they feel and think. But, you know, he's been around boxing a long time. I do agree with his take about the, what you call it? Activity matters. I agree. Activity definitely matters. So, not Steve Kim, but there's a guy that looks exactly like he's actually his opponent. You're talking about the guy that is with Steve Kim. That's Dougie Fisher, you're thinking. Yeah, Mark says probably Dougie Fisher. I've been called Dougie Fisher forever. When I have a funny story. When I was doing a lot of PBC events, a lot of the people at PBC would refer to me as Dougie Fisher. When I go see Oscar De La Hoya, I swear to God, I think he probably thinks I'm Dougie Fisher at times. Like when we first met, like years ago. I'm like, yo, he definitely thinks I'm Dougie Fisher. And, you know, the Ring magazine and stuff like that. So, yeah, this is Tekken. Where can we watch Anyone Goodman? That's going to be on ESPN over here. Ever play Bloody Roar games? I'm so mad that... Yeah, I did. I definitely played a lot of Bloody Roar games. Yo, the person I'm going to be playing Tekken coming up, you're going to get fucked up. I want y'all to see this combo I've been working on. Hold on. I go, I dropped that first part. It's actually supposed to be... Hold on. It's supposed to go, yeah, that's a fucked up combo. Yeah. I'm telling y'all, this fire gonna be mad at me the way I'm gonna do him. Like, it's gonna be bad. But one time Steve Kim said he wasn't Korean, he's American from Los Angeles. SMH denying your ethnicity, that's low. He said his parents was Korean, not him. Yeah, I mean, look, really at the end of the day, like, all that stuff is Steve, you know what I mean? Like, the older I got, like, stuff like that, people are entitled to have their own opinion, right? I can't really judge someone on how they view their life, because at the end of the day, that's someone judging and viewing me on it, right? When I was younger, I probably was very passionate and opinionated on a lot of stuff, but, you know, when you get older, the only thing that matters is, like, your kid, right? So, sorry about that. He's blazing. ESPN Plus, yep. Pay-per-view, Ryan, Australia, yep. Sky, UK. Sandoval, yeah, what happened to him? I don't know. To be honest, I never actually really built a relationship with him. Like, we just kind of, like, never crossed paths as much as I've been in boxing. I just know that he was here when I was there, if that kind of makes sense. I think he was with TBV, and then he went to FightHype, and then I was with TBV. Oh, no, I think he went FightHype to... I think it was FightHype, and I think he went from FightHype to TBV. I went from TBV to FightHype. And then I think Sean went from TBV to FightHype. And then, yeah, there's a lot of stuff. So, it's just... Undisputed Champ, you play Undisputed Boxing? To be honest, bro, and this might not sound right, because I'm, like, on a boxing... I was an alpha tester. I played Undisputed, like, before it even came out to the public. I got to play it at the Boxing Hall of Fame before anyone did. And, I just didn't like how it felt. So I just never really got to play it. I was actually working too. So at the time when Sean was with FightHype, he was playing the shit out of it at our testing. And, you know, he built the relationship with them. And I just didn't really care for the game. Like, I played actual, I don't say, like, narcissistic, but, like, you know, these type of fighting games. Street Fighter, Tekken, Mortal Kombat. So, that's where my lane was, so. He says, you know boxing, so let me ask you this and be straight honest. That's what I'm here for, right? I just want to let you guys know. Even when I feel like I might be biased, I'll even tell you guys I might be feeling a little biased, so I won't be shocked. We're not going to name names, but do you think it's natural for a fighter to move up 8-9 weight classes and maintain their punching power? Do I think it's natural? No, I don't think it's natural. I don't think it's natural. I mean, if we're putting a name to it, you're talking about like Pacquiao. I mean, look, you can't prove Pacquiao was or wasn't on it, right? I know there was the whole Floyd situation with the drug testing, which I do think it's like valid. Like, yeah, if you want to fight, get on drug testing. Some people felt like he didn't look the same after the X, Y, and Z and whatnot. And, you know, these are all speculation. Minimum weight to 154 is absolutely insane, but we have a lot more sporting technology, as some people would say it. Some people would call it like masking, or some people knowing how to work the system and knowing how to defeat the drug testings, their chemists and stuff like that. Whatever you want to call it. Do I think it's natural, like you're just born like that without any type of modern technology or any sports nutrition? That no, I don't think it's natural. I think it's very freakish. Now, is it possible in the world to produce freakish things? I mean, it's possible. You know, I'm not against that either. I'm not gonna be like thinking like I'm above the idea of that existing, but on an average basis, the average move up is really hard, and it's very impossible to imagine people thinking that moving up 8 weight classes is realistic, unless the competition is garbage and trash. So I don't know. That's me just being honest. I just don't think it's natural, but I'm not also to point a finger at anybody like Pacquiao, right? I know that his run is incredible, and I know Floyd has put a lot of light on drug testing and put a lot of noise to it. But, you know, Pacquiao's never failed a drug test, and there's been a lot of weird stuff that people felt, like the Thurman fight and Marquez and stuff, but, you know, it is what it is, right? You have Rolly Romero. He's a good video game. Yeah, I'm cool with Rolly. I FaceTimed Rolly recently. He was playing Fortnite. He's been on a Fortnite binge, so Rolly's definitely a person. There's a lot of fighters that play fighting games that you'll be surprised. I mean, not fighting, but just games in general, so. Oh, fuck. I gotta go. Yeah, so. Devin Haney depends on the fighter. All said about. Now, don't talk all this ish about video game skills and take a whipping by your first boxing guest. Look, I am gonna talk my ish, Attorney Bailey, and it's gonna be a good one. I promise you guys, I won't let you guys down. I'm confident that the first one is going to be a banger, and it might be even hard to top, to be honest, but it's definitely going to set the trend. And I really appreciate you guys watching the journey of me like creating this stuff, because, you know, if you guys have ideas, I'll put it in motion. You know, at FightHype, we've always had like content, we've always had interviews and stuff like that, but we never really had like interactions on a consistent basis, right? And I feel like what we're missing is like actually creating a community that comes together. We can dissect, be honest, right? A person who you are able to talk to directly and even criticize, right? Like I could do a piss poor interview or give a bad hot take, and you guys have a face or a person kind of like grill, and I'll be here if I give a wrong take to show my face, or, you know, Ron, what was that about? You know, and I think like the platform didn't really, not saying it needed it, because the owner, Ben Thompson, is very accessible. It's not like you can't get a hold of him. He get his Twitter, his Instagram, all that stuff. But it's like building an interaction, a community, and things like that. You know, in this modern era of content creation, like this is very needed. And you know, I want to take the full accountability and approach of it. So Nico said, I don't like the cabinet background. Let me see. Like you're just talking about like the plain black. Yeah, as a mock, you know, I can add. Listen. All right, I'll give you guys one more. I have a special cabinet design for my guest for the first one. So it's like the first guest gets his own little. Yeah, this is like the generic one right now. So this is the generic piece right here. So being parents hard. It's very hard, but it's very rewarding. I would never change it for anything in the world. My son is everything to me. So if you ever see me take a break or like inconsistent or, you know, just for like a day, it's always because of my son, right? You know, a part of me not also traveling as much to as many fights and doing as much stuff is always because of, like, you know, my son. I want to be more present for him and stuff like that. So I couldn't change it for anything. They're more mainstream and never as was the UFC. Oh shit, what's going on here? Who saw clear? Oh, you're tripping, Balenciaga. Have you played Dragon Ball Sparking Zero? You know, I actually haven't had a chance to play Sparking Zero yet. As sad as that sounds, just because I've been so busy. Oh shit. Did I lose connection, guys? Oh, I didn't lose connection, did I? I want to make sure. Oh, okay, good. I didn't lose connection. My computer just froze for a second. All right, cool. Have I played Sparking Zero? No, I plan to. I just, you know, being a new parent, there's a lot of time involved, and, you know, there's a lot of games I haven't played, but I'll eventually get to Sparking Zero. I'm a huge DBZ fan. Like, I don't know if you guys can tell on the side of my earlier stream, or like my other screen. Like, I love collecting stuff, and just because, like, I'm a nerd, let me see. Like, you know, I'm like a Funko Pop collector too. So like, I got like a Manny Pacquiao Funko Pop in here. It's all kind of high up. I can't really show it, but I don't know. Like, no, like, you know, these little things. I have like probably like 600 of them on the side. You know, I also like collect. Let me see, like comic books and stuff. You know, I grew up in the 90s, so they had this collaboration with, like, Ninja Turtles and Naruto, so I just had to cop that. And I mean, I was sick. So, that's a whole bunch of, you know what I mean? I'm just, you know, I'm really just like a big kid now, just living my dream. I get to cover boxing, and now I'm just here to chat with you guys and stuff, so. And, you know, a lot of people are very hard in the boxing industry. Like, you know, like, I'm a nerd, man. I don't try to be a tough guy. You know what I mean? You know, and, I grew up in the 90s. I'm a geek, just like a lot of people. So, you guys will see a lot more of this type of stuff. You know what I mean? And because of that, you're going to see a lot of my influence on the stuff that I'll be doing. Okay, you understand Spanish? Miguel Cotto did an interview and they asked him about Pacquiao, and he said no matter how many weights you lift and good nutrition, it wasn't natural. Yeah, my Spanish ain't great, but yeah, I don't think it was natural. You know what I mean? It's a very honest opinion. You know, it's not to tarnish anything Pacquiao has achieved or done. You know, I give him the benefit of the doubt, but you know, there's a reason why you don't see that many different division world champions, right? Like, and you start to see it. Terrence just went up and fought Madrimov, and he had a tough fight. You know, like, can he go up and fight Canelo? Is, you know, that's a lot to ask. You know, you start questioning, and that would make him a 6th division world champion, let alone 8, right? So I do play. I play PC sanctioned, bro. I got away from the console scene for a little bit just because, you know, I got tired of updating. So. You know who has a strong addiction to video games? Jaime Munguia. Eric Morales said it was even affecting his training routine. That's how bad it was. Play call. Yeah. So we gonna get Oh shit. Let me get my back to my arcade screen. We gonna get back to getting the fighters to play fighting games and Call of Duty. Like, how sick would that be if you guys were able to play Call of Duty with fighters during their training camp? Talking to them a little bit about, you know, we ask them about fighting questions. It'd be like kind of like how we're able to chill, right? And that's what I want to bring to you guys. I want to bring you guys interactive ways to not just ask questions and, you know, always just the raw shit, and not be corny too, right? Because we obviously want to get to the boxing questions and the stuff that matter. But oh shit, my camera went out. Yeah, so you got Legos. That's what's up. I'm a casual box fan. Boots is a duck. Yeah, that's what everyone's saying, Rossetti. Everyone's saying Boots. Boots ain't looking good out here in the streets. That Naruto and TMT comic's sick, bro. Yeah, yo, they have variants and a whole bunch of stuff, so Boots is not a duck. We'll see, man. We'll see how this plays out. You know, at the end of the day, there's definitely going to be some explanation. This is Tekken. This is Tekken 8. You know about Tekken 8? Poo to TV. I think anyone has a chance to win multiple weight divisions, maybe tops 135. That's going to be hard, bro. It's going to be hard. I don't know. 135, dude. It's a lot of big 135ers, too, you know. Ortiz fights at 154. How the hell it was going to be 147? Fuck out of here. Boots is a damn duck. It was going to be at 148. Oh, wait, let me see. Ortiz fighting 154. How the hell you... If it was going to be at 146, Boots is a damn duck. Yeah, that's what everyone's calling him right now. Ortiz has been a duck years ago. Ortiz has been duck. At the point, it's just at this point we just have to it's boxing 101, right? It's if it sounds too good, it might be too good, right? So, thinking about this pick Ryu, isn't he supposed to be in Tekken 8? Nah. Akuma was in Tekken 7. That's what you're thinking. This is Tekken 8. They had Akuma. But I play them all. You know. But yeah, I just wanted to show you guys a little bit of a sneak peek of the stuff that I'm working on. So like let me end this real quick. But you guys, what do you guys think? It's a cool concept, right? Like something that I'm working on behind the scenes. When the first guest gets announced and gets pushed out, I promise you, everyone's gonna be in here. Obviously, what's gonna happen is there's gonna be a lot of people I ain't never seen, and the people who I've been in these streams consistently are gonna be the ones that I'm gonna be highlighting more and more and more because you guys have been rocking with me more. Not saying I'll ignore them, but it's just, you know, the priority goes to the people that's been, you know, supportive for a while, and eventually, you know, the community grows a little bit bigger. So there's a reason why I purposely have been not doing guests a lot because I'm trying to be consistent with bangers and come out hot. Not saying that other people don't do a great job. There's a lot of great lives out there. I just want to just start out very on my own lane and do my own thing. So it's dope. We're talking about now. Boots said he is moving. What is this? We are talking about now. Boots said he's moving. Yeah. So that's kind of yeah. So Joshua, I mean, look. At the end of the day, there's an opportunity for Boots to fight at 154 after what it may seem like to be the ideal move. For whatever reason, we don't know. We have to figure out if it's Eddie that's fucking it up, if it's Ennis' team that's fucking it up, or if it's just Boots himself. So, if Devin got to come down to 135 to fight Tink, the A side, then Ortiz is supposed to come down to 147 to fight Boots. That's not necessarily true because the person who's fitting the bill and who's the one that's kind of putting it together, right? I had the article up, all right? And I know, keep saying I gotta go, but I'm still here. I have this article up, and the actual sanctioning, I mean the promotion company is Queensberry. It's not Matchroom, it's not Golden Boy, it's Queensberry. Queensberry is the official promoter of the card. They sent over the brief term sheet for signatures of Ortiz promoter, Golden Boy, and all was in order except for one identifying that the bout was being for Ennis' 147-pound title. A source with knowledge with the paperwork told Fight Freaks Unite. When that was flagged, Ortiz's camp told that was what Ennis' team at Matchroom Boxing had said was the weight to include on the term sheet, and the source said. So it's saying that Ennis' team, Matchroom, said that put the weight include on the term sheet. The term sheet was sent over to Ortiz from Queensberry Promotions, official promoter. They're the ones that are fitting the card. So if Ortiz doesn't like that, then they have to come back and say, we're not fighting 147. Well, then what is Ennis' side supposed to do? All right, well, let's do it at 154. And if it's not at 154, then the fight doesn't get made. We know Ortiz fights at 154, so asking him to fight at 147 really doesn't make any sense if they're not the ones that are fitting the bill and doing all of it, it's Queensberry. So Queensberry try to properly negotiate. It just didn't work. So the fun fact, Vergil Ortiz was playing video games when they aided him. Vergil plays. Me and Vergil talked a little bit too. He plays. I can't remember. I know he plays Rocket League. We chatted recently, a couple months ago, and he's a big Rocket League guy. Like, he's big in Rocket League. So if I do something with Vergil, it might have to be Rocket League. All right. So I guess I outed out one person that's not the first guest, but if Vergil and I do something, it would be Rocket League more than likely. He loves Rocket League, so he could probably carry me in that. But yeah, Vergil T was playing video games when they aided him. If he would accept the Tim Zoo fight, get Boots to play video games versus Vergil, maybe he won't puss and Boots in this one. Damn, come on, man, chill out. Always being innovative, smart. We appreciate it. The concept of fighting fighters in games is genius. All the clever ways you can throw shade passively that you can say at a normal interview format. I mean, it's obviously for the fans too. I obviously want you guys to be involved, so we'll see how that all works out. But we're in the age where I'm sure you guys get tired of the same vanilla interviews, right? Even the ones that I do that you see me, right? I do a lot of interviews. I'm starting to show my face in interviews now so that you guys could put together. But if you go back and watch all the interviews, it's like I put a camera and I'm talking to these guys. We work something out. And it's kind of like straight to the point. We got to ask our little questions. But Teofimo likes Fortnite, I bet. No, me and Teo talked. Teo, when I see Teo, we always talk about Mortal Kombat. When I was around him, he asked me, like, you still play Mortal Kombat? Like, he wants to smoke. Teo gave me a fighting rehydration clause, right? A video game hydration clause. I can't play Kung Lao, Scorpion, or fucking Raiden if we play Mortal Kombat. So, if you see him, ask him, yo, why'd you give my boy Ron a Mortal Kombat hydration clause when you guys supposed to play Mortal Kombat? You told him he can't play Liu Kang, Kung Lao, or Raiden. Like, what is that, Tia? So so we have issues there too. So me and Tia we got some Mortal Kombat to do. So, but the cool thing for you guys know is I have a lot of good relations with these fighters with video games. This ain't something like I haven't just manifested. Like me and Wilder, like Mortal Kombat, Mario Bros, Mortal Kombat. Dude, it's crazy how much time I have invested in boxing that now I have like video game conversations. So, but oh please, how Boots the A side of me? Honestly, who has he fought? Yeah, it's no A side in this. This is like a middle ground. Eddie knows Boots is not ready. He wants to fight him a bum again. I remember Halo. Boots is the A side. Who has he fought? As this tired ass argument y'all use for everything. At this point it's Queensberry promotion and Turkey. It's a Riyadh season card. There's no A side. It's just, Yo, Liu Kang is too OP. I mean, hey, Teofimo Lopez, he knows it, man. Look, he gonna get this work. Maybe the next interview, me and Teo, maybe we do Mortal Kombat, right? He gonna get this work. So, but look, I really appreciate you guys. Like, I sound cliche saying this. Yeah, my camera's getting hot. So this is going to be one of those sentimental farewell thank yous. I'm sorry, Devin, the man behind the Devin Haney account. So I was supposed to get off a long time ago, never did. But, because you guys keep me in here, this is essentially a big change in my life of doing these consistent live streams, and I hope that you guys do enjoy them. I hope you guys do feel like you guys take away a lot of information. You guys like my hot takes, you don't have to love them, but like feel that I bring some sort of value, right? And I hope to do these consistently on a regular basis, and I appreciate you guys just coming in and supporting. Sometimes we have like, I've had a stream when I did the Devin Haney Ryan Garcia, there was like 40,000 people at once upon a time. And then I think like the Mike Tyson Jake Paul, it was like 7,000-8,000. Then sometimes we have these chill streams that have like 60, 70 people, 150, and it dwindles, goes up and down. And, and there's always going to be like this, you know, you got XY people. Trust me, the concept, the lives are growing. Once the guests start coming, these lives are going to be crazy big, because just like that's how it works. People want to come for the topics and the guests and stuff like that. But you guys are coming here strictly for me, and that's what I really appreciate. You guys are coming here without a guest, a gimmick, and you guys are hanging out with me for a very extensive, long period of time. So I appreciate you guys just really just giving me your guys' honest, undivided attention and giving me a chance, you know, because, you know, if not, I'll just be sitting here by myself. So I really appreciate each and one of you guys. I do need to head off. Were you ever a fan of Malcolm in the Middle? I did watch the show. I don't know where you set me up, but I did watch Malcolm in the Middle. I always appreciate chatting boxing with you, and you keep me up to date with fighters like Schofield. Yeah, you know, and eventually, you know, maybe I'll have like co-hosts and start bringing, you know, guys like people that work on the channel, and maybe we could do like segments and stuff. Maybe every once in a while I'll get the owner, you know, Ben Thompson. You know, maybe I could bring him on. Just whatever you guys think is like good content, right? And instead of just having a platform of just interviews, I'm going to give you guys a bridge to actually be able to talk. I know I could do call-in shows too. I did some of it. Sometimes they get a little wild, and I don't know if I'm like ready for that. Maybe I have to put like a timer and just get an individual. Like sometimes the stuff gets too heated, it gets too wild. So I don't know if I'm ready to go back. I just had a couple shows that we got very exhausting, out of respect to my guests, but it's just, you know, you become more of a mediator, and then there's also no filter, and then it becomes a little too hectic, and then it gets a little disrespecting, and it's just like, I don't know. So I got to work that out on the call-in side. So I'm putting that on pause for as of right now, but I got to figure it out, because I think it is important to get you guys on the platform to be able to speak your mind. You just have to organize it better, right? So good thing Tio didn't put a clause on Sub-Zero as well. Sub-Zero is, depending on what Mortal Kombat game, Sub-Zero is pretty OP. So, but yeah, I'm giving you guys my authentic self at the end of the day. You know, what I want to do is give you guys my authentic self. I think it's going to bring a lot more content. I got a phone full of fighters and trainers and stuff. So eventually what I want to do is bring you guys something that you guys feel is considered a good place to go and consume boxing content. I mean, I do feel like we do deliver, you know, some, if not the best boxing interviews, and we have so many people around the globe. So, and it gives me an opportunity to chat and meet with you guys. And if you guys ever go to the fights too, you know, I do go and whatnot. So, and I think when I first started too, I wanted to be very like safe and be on the fence and stuff. But now, you know, I really feel like it's a way of being polite, but also give your honest take. Like I think today, like if any of the people from Boots' people call me, you know, which they might, you know what I mean? You know, at the end of the day, like I'm going to tell them everything I said. It's no different. Like, you know, I think publicly it looks bad, and I think you guys need to figure it out. So remember the name, the Mexican Devin Haney from the North Mexico. That's what's up. So I'm gonna get going. Hey yo, Dizzy One, you going to the Tank fight in New York? Of course. Tuesday I will be at the press conference and whatever stuff that they do going forward. I have a Lamont Roach. I've interviewed, me and Lamont Roach linked up. Did something yesterday for about an hour. So shout out to my boy Nello for hooking it up. And because we were supposed to be doing that. We were supposed to set that up for like weeks. But luckily we actually did it the weekend of the fight got announced. So it's a good interview. Parts will be being dropped. And I think you guys will enjoy it. And then Tuesday I'll be at the press conference. And then yes, I will be at the fight, to answer AO Dizzy One. I will be in New York, back at the Barclays Center. I ain't been back there since Rolly Romero and Tank. I took a break. I didn't go to Ryan and Devin. So Valencia, I said, you sleep on Molina OP too. Molina is the most broken character in MK2. That's a fact. I know my tier list too. So, but since we've been talking about fighting games, maybe I'll end it on a high note. I did like this. I'm gonna put this. Can you ask Tank if he's willing to fight Devin at 140 since he's willing to fight Ryan at 140? Sure. I mean, sanction. I mean, to be honest, I think Devin right now has to figure out what he needs to do before I even kind of bring up Tank and Devin. I mean, I'm sure people will bring up Devin. But right now, you know, he's fighting Lamont Roach. And, you know, it's hard to look past, you know, this guy. You know, he came up. He's going to be bigger than Tank when you see the face-off. He's bigger than Tank. Tank started his career at 126, so he's virtually fighting guys bigger than him. You know, they have amateur history, so. But I think the more question is, like, is he willing to fight Devin, right? I mean, is he willing to fight Devin on 140? I mean, it would have to be. Devin ain't coming down to 135, so I don't really think I need to, I guess. Like, do you think Devin's going to come down to 135? Like, I don't think he can physically do it anymore. So I think we're just at a point where the fight either happens at a bigger weight or it doesn't. So, but I'll see sanction balls. I'll see what I can do. I just know how these fighters think. I know how the business works. I know the reality of things. So I just kind of think like it's probably obvious that it would have to be above 140. But who knows? We'll see. All right. But look, I appreciate you guys. At the end of the day, I'm gonna end this with a Killer Instinct theme song. Tomorrow I'll be live possibly. But if I won't be, it's because I'm getting ready to get some rest to go out to I gotta go travel out to New York City. So, but after the press conference, I might then maybe do a live after that. If you guys want to chat, so I'm gonna be doing these consistently. Look at it more maybe like 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. 7:30 Eastern time is kind of where I'm kind of looking at. I'm trying to do 2 shows a day, but you know, being a new father, we'll see. But what, Tank would never fight Ryan at 140. Devin's too smart to fall for that bait. Like Ryan, go down at 135. I mean, who knows, man? Tank might. I don't know. Where's the press But Ryan can't even probably make 140. So I don't even know if Tank and Ryan even happens again. We'll see. Where is the press conference? The press conference is gonna be at Barclays Center on Tuesday. So I don't know if it's open for the public. I don't think so. I think it's just for the media, which is kind of whack. They need to start letting fans come in. But Barclays Center, Tuesday, Geraldo. That's what's going on. Tank and Lamont Roach. So but I'm gonna end this. Appreciate you guys rocking with me. I'm gonna throw this Killer Instinct theme. This shit goes hard. And as always, man, if you see the live notifications, you know, throughout the week, just hit the notify. And I appreciate you guys. Keep an eye on that Lamont Roach interview tomorrow. And then if you guys miss anything, we got a whole bunch of stuff. And to end this off, do I think Boots is a duck? If it walks like a duck and smells like a duck, it might be a duck. Boots, I got a lot of love for you, brother. You know what I mean? But whatever this is, man, you gotta figure this out, because the fight fans ain't. A year ago they called you the boogeyman. A year ago they said you were the man that no one wanted to fight. Now all of a sudden everyone calling you a duck. Boxing's very fickle. I get it. I ain't gonna be too harsh, but this shit look messy, so you gotta clean this up. The public has spoken. 66% says Jaron Ennis is ducking Vergil Ortiz. And I guess that's where we might have to end it. So I try my best for you, Boots. Maybe it's Eddie's fault. But let the people know, man, what's going on. So, all right, y'all. You guys take care. You guys have a good day. As always, appreciate you guys rocking with me. Sanction Boss says, Tank said himself he'll fight Ryan 140. At that, he can rehydrate to 152. Hey, there you go. I think I saw that tweet. Yeah. We'll see. Look, Sanction, I'll go ask Tank, man. We'll see. We'll see how press conference goes on Tuesday. If we have the luxury, man. You know how Tank goes at these press conferences, man. All right, man. You guys have a good Sunday, man. Appreciate you guys rocking. Hopefully your NFL team won. Peace.